All right, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are starting in 5 minutes. So for our delegates who are still outside Dewan Tun Hussein Onn, we would kindly request for you to make your way into the hall and take your seats as we are ready for our set of presentations, and that's about the National Beam E-Submission and Best Initiative. So once again, we would like to invite everyone who are still outside to kindly make your way into the hall. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are starting in 2 minutes. One more announcement we would like to share with everyone. For those of you who are still outside, we would like to request that you kindly make your way into the hall as we are starting in 2 minutes with the first presentation about the National Beam E-Submission and Best Initiative. And we would like to kindly request for your kind cooperation to have your phones on silent, and just for the next few hours to have the Bluetooth feature turned off until we conclude the official ceremony at about 11 a.m. So once again, we would like to request that your phone will be on silent or vibrate mode, and to turn off the Bluetooth feature just for a couple of hours until we conclude the official ceremony. That's going to be done at about 11 a.m. All right, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh to everyone. Welcome or should I say welcome back to our delegates to KL BIM Day 2023. On behalf of our host, CIDB Malaysia, under the Ministry of Works, and our organizers, CIDBE Construct Services Berhad and Opogo Entertainments Berhad. Thank you for joining us today. It's going to be an exciting day. We have a continuous series of talks, and of course, we're all looking forward to witnessing the official launching ceremony, which will be graced by the Deputy Minister of Works Malaysia. That's happening at 10 a.m. In the meantime, of course, an exciting day for us to unveil the National BIM e-submission system. And for that, please give him a round of applause. Allow me to welcome Mr. Roslan Izha Abdul Karim, the Chief Operating Officer of CIDBE Construct Services Sdn Berhad.
Thank you, Madam MC. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam Malaysia Madani. Very good morning for everyone. Okay, for today I will talk about National BIM e-submission. For today's session, we have two presenters for this topic, myself and Architect Husam. I will cover NBES from the perspective system point of view, NBES pilot project, and Architect Husam will cover this topic in perspective principles submitting person on NBES guidebook and template. I only have 10 minutes for today morning presentation, so I try to expedite my presentation. Okay, this is our my topic outline. Okay, what is an NBES? Why NBES? Who is the user of the NBES? How the system work? NBES process flowchart, NBES pilot project, and NBES research. Okay. National BIM e-submission. NBES is the first of its kind auto-checker system for the assessment and approval of building plans at the local authority approval level. This system involving digital building plan submission and review. This system only for viewing, not for editing. Okay. This is a CIDB initiative implementing BIM technology within local authority in tandem with other CIDB BIM implementation for private project sector. For public sector, Ministry of Work already mandated 100 million and above will implement BIM mechanism to all projects under Public Works Department. For NBES, we are using 3D BIM models instead of traditional method of reviewing uniform building by law, compliance and the other related regulation. For the development of the system, we are adopting open BIM platform for operability and cost-effective in future. No plug-in and license for the system. The main component engine is a NBES 3D viewer. Purpose of this engine is for 3D model viewing. It is a part of checking tools for the system, and this engine is able to locate field element from the result after the end of the checking process. The second component is a RUSEP management engine. It's a compliant management for the system. Features of the system is to assist the automated decision-making processes based on predefined rules of logic. This engine able to evaluate data inputs against a set of rules. NBES is a subset of process online stop center, whereby NBES is an automated process of the process 2 from 6 process of OSC 3+ procedure. For info, this system hosted by Ministry of Local Government, and we already have a series of the discussion, meeting and workshop regarding technical integration with these two systems. As a result, we concluded that NBES and OSC 3+ integration will take place when NBES has completed developing an all-purpose group in the UBBL. For the time being, we just completed purpose group 1, residential, purpose group 3, other residential, and purpose group 4 for office and 5 for shop. This is comparison between NBES and conventional process. This is comparison between NBES and conventional process. Conventional process for building plan submission is take about 31 days, longer than the other process. By using NBES, we can shorten the building plan submission checking process from 24 hours to 48 hours. Okay. Why is NBES? Firstly, is to support Construction Industry Transformation Program CITP 2016-2020, Trust 72, by BIM submission using 4 pilot projects for 4 selected PBT by Q4 2019 for increase the BIM adoption. Number 2 is to support strategic trust for Construction 4.0, Smart Integrated Technology, Innovation and Infrastructure, for enhancement government policy intervention in implying specific technology and enhanced collaboration of disruptive technology and data center repository. Number 3 is for World Bank Ease of Doing Business. For your info, we are in the rank of 12 out of 190 economies worldwide, indicating a relatively favorable business environment. And number 4 is to expedite of the building plan submission process, shorten of the process from the 58 days to 39 days based on OSC manual. Number 5 is by establishing NBES framework, government can standardize the format, data requirements, submission process for construction project. And lastly is for digital submission of construction document by eliminating the needs of physical copies and manual paperwork. This will streamline the submission process, reduces an administrative burden and improve overall efficiency. For the time being, this system will develop for local authority for work process, for building plan submission. Ultimately, when the system is mature enough, PSV will do a safe online submission for building plan checking. And for future, hopefully we can expand the system to the university student for learning purpose on how to do the online submission. This is how the system works. We are using the open BIM. So after finish the designing, the PSP need to export the native file to the IFC file. This is component of NBES. We have NBES guidebook. We have NBES infrastructure, NBES engine, NBES dashboard, NBES server, NBES root set, and NBES portal. This is screenshot from the system. We have two main, NBES have a two main component. Number 1 is NBES system for dashboard. And number 2 is root set management and NBES viewer. This is NBES process flowchart. 2 users involved in this process. This process is for submitting the document, submitting the building plan submission to PBT. Okay. User number one is PSP. Before submission for MBES, they need to refer to the guidebook MBES template, so that from that user, from that guidebook, they will design based on template we attach with the guidebook, and then after that they need to prepare the 3D model into the Autodesk Revit. For the time being, the system only cater for the Revit software, and after finish the modeling, they need to export the RVT file to Industrial Foundation Classes IFC. After that, they can submit IFC file to the PBT. For local authority, they just upload file to the MBES system. The MBES system will generate the 3D model for MBES viewer, and the auto-checking by MBES, auto-checking will run the process, and the result will come in about 24 to 48 hours, depending on the complexity of the model. This is pilot project. We have 2 phases of pilot project. 4 pilot projects in year 2020 with Perbandaran Putrajaya, Majlis Bandaraya Petaling Jaya, Majlis Pembandaran Kanga, Majlis Bandaraya Melaka Bersejarah for purpose group 1 and 3, residential and other residential. This is the list of the pilot project. We have custom bungalow for Perbandaran Putrajaya. Number 2 is rumah berkembar setingkat for MBMB. Number 3 is rumah persinggahan orang kenamaan for Majlis Pemandaran Kanga. And number 4 is pembangunan rias resident from the MBPJ for other residential. This is the model from Perbandaran Putrajaya. The PSP is 6 Design Office Sdn Bhd. Model 3D for this project is custom bungalow. Next is Majlis Bandaraya Petaling Jaya, MBPJ. The PSP for this project is Archa 3, Architect Sdn Bhd. Model 3D is a Rias Resident Tower. Next is Majlis Pemandaran Kanga from LA Architect. Model 3D is rumah persinggahan orang kenamaan. And last but not least is Majlis Bandaraya Melaka Bersejarah. PSP is Emida Architect. Model 3D is rumah berkembar setingkat. For second phases, we implement this pilot project in year 2021. 3 pilot project is involved in this year. The PBT involved is Perbandaran Putrajaya, Dewan Mendarai Kuching Utara, and Majlis Bandaraya Petaling Jaya. For pilot project, pembangunan 64 kedai pejabat 2 dan tingkat 3, PBT is Perbandaran Putrajaya for bangunan kedai or purpose group 5. And rumah kedai 3 tingkat is Dewan Mendarai Kuching Utara, and pembangunan Rias Resident Tower for the MBPJ. This is the model for Perbandaran Putrajaya. PSP is Kamal Ismail Associates Sdn Bhd. Model 3D is cadangan pembangunan 64 kedai pejabat 2 dan tingkat 3 di atas sebahagian zon 5/11 Putrajaya. Next is Dewan Mendarai Kuching Utara. Architect is Nurina Matno. Model 3D is cadangan 10 unit rumah kedai 3 tingkat di lot Induk 333 Blok 3 daerah Sibu di Jalan Merdeka, Sibu, Sarawak. And lastly is Majlis Bandaraya Petaling Jaya. The architect is a architectural project team Sdn Bhd. Cadangan is pembangunan pejabat 9 tingkat di Bandar Sri Damansaya Petaling Jaya, Selangor, Darul Ihsan. To measure our achievement, we appointed external party consultant from UKM Pakarunding to do a survey on effectiveness and best pilot project. The survey received a 92% extremely successful and achieved rating. And finding or outcome of this survey show that local authority ready to adopt this system into their work process and integration the system with OSC 3+ as a result of MBES being a subset of the OSC procedure. Okay. For next presentation, I would like to invite Architect Usam for the next presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Husam. I'm from Architectural Projects Team Sdn Bhd. That's an architectural practice. For works that we are doing for CIDB or eConstruct, it's under Total Beam Consultants. So I think, boleh put that? Tak nampak slide. Okay. I think a lot of you would be very interested to know how the NBES system actually works. What we try to do is we try to make sure that it's as seamless as possible. So whatever model that you've been doing for your project, you can just port it into the NBES system and it would run. We've been trying, the first trial that we did was just taking a random model back in 2016 and putting it into the NBES system, which was very infant stage at the time, and see whether we can get results out of it or not. So it turns out that not all models are created the same, and the NBES system actually comes up with a solution to actually set up a template, an NBES template, for projects to adopt. So this template will eventually be public, means that if you're doing a project, you can use the template either if you're using NBES, or even if you're not submitting for NBES, you can still use the template as your general template in your office for Revit. And then you can update it based on your office operations. Okay, so I only have 4 items here, and then I'm supposed to finish in about 10 minutes. So a little bit of introduction with NBES, looking at it as a building plan submission to all authority via BIM Model E checker. So what it does is you model it as how, if you are a practitioner, then you model it as how you've been doing all the while. So there's no change in terms of workflow. It's just that you need to eventually adopt the NBES template, so that the components that needs to be read inside the NBES system is all captured. So that's the only thing that needs to be done. We don't need to do anything else. You don't need to do anything special. And some of the workflows is actually described in the NBES guidebook. So things like, because we are not going only for building plans approval, we are also checking on BOMBA requirements as well. So it's whatever that is inside the Street Building Drainage Act and also UBBL, a majority of them, it started with only 13 rule sets, and I think now we have more than 57 rule sets. And it's growing. We're trying to map every single bylaws and every single clauses inside the legislations, so that once you finish the model, you can check the model, and once you submit it to the local authority, they'll put it through the NBES system, and they'll be able to give you the approval within 48 hours. Okay? So 48 hours is the maximum time that we've tested with all of our models. We've tried with a small model and with a large-scale model. We've tried it also with a mixed development, and mixed development takes up to about 48 hours. So if you're doing just a bungalow, it can be done within 48 seconds. That's the fastest that the system can actually do. So depending on the data that you put into the Revit model, the system will be able to read all of them, okay? So I'm not going to through all those. I think while I was talking, you guys were reading, so I'm going to skip this one. Let's look at the process. Now, the input is you must adopt the NBES template. So that is what the system needs for you to actually do, is use the NBES template. If you use it from the beginning, you can adopt the BIM template, you can adopt the NBES template, and you can configure it or customize it to your office operations. If you're having your own BIM template in your office, you need to port the model and adopt the new template, right? So there will be some functionality that you need to refer to, that we have a guidebook for this. Previously, when we had the soft launch of the system, the guidebook was available online, which you can download. I think now we have already stopped that because the development needs to be finished. And it works with any Revit from 2018. So it's now 2023. So if you go down 2 years, it's 2021. So it should function, right? So you have all of these inputs, and then you do the modeling process. The output of it will be IFC. You need to key in some project information, which is a custom or an extended project information page within Revit. And also you need to use the schedules. Okay, that's the reason why we need you to also use the schedules. And basically, there are a lot of limitations because we are using a ready technology, so we don't actually create anything from scratch. Not all the rule sets can be checked at the moment. So some can be checked, some that cannot be checked. We're using the self-declaration form. So this is used by most local authorities. When it's too complex, then they just ask the PSP to say, are you providing this? Yes, no. So that makes it a lot easier, so that's our exit clause in a way. Okay, so we also require the modeler to be a bit competent. I think once the NBES is launched, the adoption probably will have 1 or 2 sessions or open session for training, and then after that period, I think, I don't know, maybe CIDB will actually conduct paid training. So for the time being, do look forward to this training. One of the things that we cannot run away is the PSP understanding of the bylaws and also the legislation. We've had, in one of the interactions with stakeholders, we actually got a comment that they say, oh, we want this to be AI. So when you put the walls there, the wall should tell you if there's a door, the door should be fire rated. Although we try to adopt, or we embrace AI, but at the moment the system does not have AI built into it. So if that door is a compartment wall, it needs to have a fire door. As PSP, you need to specify it. So when you put in the door, that door must have all the parameters for fire so that it will be checked within the system. So at the moment now, it's not yet a smart system, but based on what you prepare in the model, it will be able to be assessed by the system. Okay? So we have a modeling and we have also scheduling. How we approach this from outside in. So instead of looking at it on the building side, we go slightly earlier, where you actually have to bring in, you have to plan this from the planning stage. So in terms of modeling, if you have multiple units, basically they're all going to be linked. So you do each and every unit, and then you link them into the same model. So yeah, it's the same if you're doing a high-rise. The basement is one model, and then the levels are all, well, the building can be one model, and then you combine them together, and that's how we do the checking. So when you're binding, basically you have the PSP existing template. So we assume that you are not using NBES to begin with. You've probably had been doing it for the last 2 years. Now the project is ready to be submitted. Now the existing model and all the standards are brought into the NBES template. So what happens is you will actually lose some of the parameters from your existing template. So once you export it, once you once you export your model and use and adopt the NBES template, you'll need to do some adjustments to your office standards. So once the model is finished, you export it to IFC. That is the model that will be checked by the NBES system. Okay, so we start with the site element first. So everything that has to do with site, boundary, setbacks is also included. The restriction for height, the plot ratio, is all there. The requirements for fire, for bylaw 140 in terms of fire appliance access, where to park, the ramp gradient, it's all there. The distance between hydrants are all there. And once you get into the building, the location of your breach inlet, the location of your fire lift, the distance from one lift to another fire lift, the distance between the hose reels, they are all not built in. We have families for those, where you actually need to, like when you're doing a travel distance and you need to click, you need to select the family and then you click, it will tell you what is the distance. So while you are modeling, if you are aware of the requirements, then you'll know already, like, oh, this one, the bylaw will not pass, okay? So there is some level of competency that you need to have while modeling. The system is not magic. Okay, some samples of site modeling. We do the roads, and there will be, inside the properties, we'll have some parameters for you to choose and select. And then all the fire requirements in terms of the distance from the building, how much you need. You need not less than 2 meters from the building, not more than 10 meters. The first hydrant shouldn't be more than 30 meters. So all of those, the knowledge must be there. The PSP or the modeler should know the requirement, and the system will actually read it based on the understanding. Oh, by the way, the bylaw that we are updating is based on the bylaw 2021. Okay, and then you have the building itself, walls, rooms, floor, windows, everything else. So this includes everything. This includes the requirement for construction and also the requirement for fire. So types, construction function, fire rating, thickness, height. Everything is inside. So my time is up. Okay, just a little bit more to finish. So the model will have all of these parameters. So you'll need to, based on the guidebook, you only need to do this once. Like any template, do it once. Once it's there forever, unless you do any more changes to it. Okay, so for doors, you have door functions, door opening with, door construction. Everything is within the template. So we've already set up a template on this. Families are all built in. Similarly to windows as well. Applies also to staircase, ramp. There will be some issues where sometimes designs are all not just standard, so you need to customize a little bit. We haven't come to that yet, but as general requirements, they are all built in. Okay, and also air wells, travel distance. So when we were doing this, it was 2019, but 2021, I think 2020 Revit, you can actually do a travel distance already. But this one, the family that we've created is specifically made for NBES checking. Right, and then we'll also need you to put in project information. So you'll have this in the schedules. You need to key in all the project data. So usually do this one first. Some of the data will actually come straight from the model. It will just self-calculate. Some of them, the PSP or the modeler will need to key in manually. All right, so we have the information for project information, the PSP information, client information, site information, building information, and including green building properties as well. So hopefully in the development of NBES, because OTTV, that's part of the green building requirement, is now a requirement under the bylaw. So hopefully the OTTV calculation that needs to be submitted can also be derived from the NBES in the future. Right, so these are all the schedules. So there are abundance of things that will be modeling based, and some of them will be an information based. But once you have everything all set up, you'll be able to use this for your own checking. So if you are a PSP, you can do your self-checking first, and inside the schedules, we've already put the parameters that is inside the bylaw, and whatever that is parameters that is captured from your model, you can see whether it complies or not comply from Revit natively. So even before you go and do the submission, then you know already whether your model would pass the requirement or not. So this will lessen the burden on the local authority, where you have to review your drawing, and then they have to come up with comments and all that. So we don't want this to happen. So you check the model. If the system says everything is okay, you go through the schedules, check everything checks out, and then you can export it out as IFC, and that is the model that you send out to the local authority. Now, like I said, this is limited for the moment. Partly is planning, but the planning is after the planning has been approved, means that you have already got your KM, you take the information into the building plan, and this modeling checking is only during the building stage submission, and also BOMBA, right? So engineering is not yet in, all the requirements for other technical agencies is not yet in at the moment, but hopefully within the next few years we'll be able to integrate everything. That's it from me, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Architect Hussam Abdul Fattah Harun. He's the Director of Architectural Projects Team, Sdn Bhd. And of course, thank you for the opening intro speech earlier on by Mr. Roslan Izzah Abdul Karim, the Chief Operating Officer of CIDB eConstruct Services Sdn Bhd. So ladies and gentlemen, we would like to kindly request for everyone to remain in your seats as we are ready to kickstart the official launch that will be happening at 10 a.m. We have the honor of receiving the attendance of the Deputy Minister of Works Malaysia, Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Abdul Rahman bin Haji Mohamad. That's happening very, very soon. So please stay in your seats, and we will be updating you from time to time of what's happening with the official launch ceremony of KL BIM Day 2023. In the meantime, thank you again on behalf of our host, CIDB Malaysia, and our organizers, CIDB eConstruct Services Sdn Bhd and Opago Entertainment Sdn Bhd, for joining us today. It has been a great series of happening so far. The exhibitions has been receiving outstanding feedback by everyone. A conference yesterday was smooth sailing, and we're looking forward to more series of talks and a forum today. So in the meantime, just stay in your seats, and we will be back shortly for the official ceremony, the launch of KL BIM Day 2023. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of our host CIDB Malaysia, we would like to thank you once again for joining us today. We are ready to start any minute now. And before we begin, I would like to repeat this announcement, and that is, of course, to kindly ask for your cooperation to have your phones and gadgets on silent mode, and for you to turn off the Bluetooth features just until the conclusion of our closing ceremony shortly. Once again, if you could kindly turn off the phone to silent or vibrate, and to make sure that the Bluetooth features are turned off until we conclude our launching ceremony. And until then, we are ready to start anytime soon. Just waiting for the cue from the crew. Of course, once again, thank you so much for joining us. Hope you're going to be staying with us till the rest of the day, as we have an exciting list of talks and a forum in conjunction with KL BIM Day 2023. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see on the live feed here on the main screen at the main stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise to welcome the arrival of our guest of honor, Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Abdul Rahman bin Haji Muhammad, the Honorable Deputy Minister of Works Malaysia, accompanied by our dignitaries. Please welcome him with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Yang Berhormat, for making time for us today here at KL BIM Day 2023. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to request for everyone to remain standing for the national anthem, Negaraku. Thank you. Please be seated. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, allow me to invite Yang Berusaha Encik Muhammad Abdul Malik from My Beam Center to lead the Doa recitation.
Assalamualaikum and very good morning. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, bersempena dengan majlis KL BIMDE 2023 pada hari ini, kami memohon inayah dan taufik-Mu. Kurniakanlah kesejahteraan dan kebahagiaan kepada kami. Bukakanlah pintu hati kami, lapangkanlah dada-dada kami, supaya kami dapat mengisi ilmu pengetahuan yang berguna untuk agama, bangsa dan negara. Dan berkatikanlah majlis kami dengan limpah rahmat-Mu, ya Allah. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami mohon padamu supaya majlis ini berjalan dengan lancar. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Subhana rabbika izzati amma yasifun wa salamun ala mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Thank you very much, Encik Muhammad. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome all of our dignitaries, starting with Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Abdul Rahman bin Haji Muhammad, Honorable Deputy Minister of Works Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Datuk Sri Haji Hasnul Zamzam bin Haji Ahmad, Secretary General of Ministry of Works Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Datuk Insinyur Ahmad Asri bin Abdul Hamid, Chief Executive CIDB Malaysia. Yang Berusaha Surveyor Muhammad Zaid Zakaria, Deputy Chief Executive 1 CIDB Malaysia. Yang Berusaha Technologist Rofizlan Ahmad, Chief Executive Officer of CIDB E-Construct Services Negara Berhad, also the organizer of KL BIMDE 2023. Yang Berusaha Puan Aida Razi, Chief Executive Officer of Opogo Entertainment Negara Berhad, the co-organizer of KL BIMDE 2023. Yang Berusaha Mr. Lee An Wei, Managing Director of MCC Overseas Malaysia Sdn Bhd. Also a special welcome to distinguished partners, ministries, senior officers, head of agencies, CIDB top management, representatives from local authorities, associations, contractors, developers, academia, sponsors, strategic partners, and members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Salam Malaysia Madani. On behalf of our host, CIDB Malaysia, it is with great honor for us to welcome all of you to the official launch of KL BIMDE 2023. Let's put our hands together and give our organizers and our hosts a round of applause for bringing this together. And of course, our utmost gratitude to our guest of honor today for accommodating us despite his busy schedule. So thank you, Yang Berhormat. It means a lot to us. It has been an amazing event here since the start of the exhibition. The response has been overwhelming, and we hope to have a lot more impact with more events to come. The details with our host, of course, CIDB Malaysia. So without further ado, allow me to invite the Chief Executive Officer of CIDB Malaysia, Yang Berbahagia, Datuk Insinyur Ahmad Asri bin Abdul Hamid, to deliver his keynote address. Yang Berbahagia, Datuk.
Thank you, the Master of Ceremony. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Abdul Rahman bin Muhammad, Deputy Minister of Works Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Datuk Sri Haji Hasnul Zamzam bin Haji Ahmad, Secretary General Ministry of Works. Yang Berusaha Surveyor Muhammad Zaid Zakaria, Deputy Chief Executive 1 CIDB Malaysia. Yang Berusaha Technologist Rofizlan Ahmad, Chief Executive Officer of CIDB E-Construct Services Sdn Bhd, the organizer of KL BIMDE 2023. Yang Berusaha Puan Aida Razi, Chief Executive Officer Oppo Go Sdn Bhd, co-organizer of KL BIMDE 2023. Yang Berusaha Mr. Lee An Wei, Managing Director MCC Overseas Sdn Bhd, our distinguished partner. Ministry Senior Officers, Head of Agencies, CIDB Top Management, local authorities, associations, contractors, developers, academia, sponsors, strategic partners, members of media, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, very good morning, and salam Malaysia Madani. First and foremost, I would like to thank the Honorable Deputy Minister of Works, Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Abdul Rahman bin Haji Muhammad, for taking time out from his busy schedule to be with us today to officiate KL BIM Day 2023. Your presence, Datuk Sri, which reflect your support as well as the support of the Honorable Minister of Works, the Secretary General Minister of Works, the Ministry of Works, means a lot to us and provide us the motivation and impetus to continue implementing initiatives for the benefit of the construction industry players as well as the nation. I would like to also welcome all of you, the attendees of this official ceremony today, and I was very excited to learn that there are over 670 people attending this event today. Your support is very much welcome and is very valuable to us. I would also like to thank all sponsors, strategic partners, speakers, participants, and visitors at our KL BIM Day, as our event will not be a success without your support and contribution. And the main support for our event today is the one distinguished sponsor, that is MCC Overseas Yang Berhad, and we have one title sponsor, which is Autodesk, and we have 6 gold sponsors: VR Collab, Bina Initiatives Yang Berhad, Perunding IRZI Yang Berhad, ECOM, Gloden, CSEES or China State Construction Engineering Yang Berhad, as well as 31 companies involving 57 booths that are our exhibitors, 31 speakers, 6 of which are from international, and we have 17 strategic partners, and the strong one are CIOB, MBAM, PKMM, and PKBM. Also about 650 conference participants, as well as exhibition visitors. I would like to thank all of you that I mentioned just now for your support to our event. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very excited, very delighted to again host this KL BIM Day. Actually, we started hosting KL BIM Day since 2014. It became our annual event with a single objective of promoting and emphasizing the need for our construction industry players to adopt BIM for the benefit not only for the company but also for the Malaysian construction industry. So we have been doing this every year from 2014 and until 2019. But we have to stop for 3 years because of the COVID-19 pandemic. But this year, we have it in a very much bigger way and very significant way. And I do hope that you all will benefit from KL BIM Day this year. Ladies and gentlemen, as all of us are fully aware, building information modeling is a revolutionary technology that is transforming the construction industry across the globe at a very rapid pace. BIM offers a collaborative approach to construction that enables architects, engineers, and contractors to work together seamlessly on a single digital platform to create and manage digital models of buildings and infrastructure. The technology offers numerous benefits over traditional construction methods, such as improved communication, reduced risk of errors, enhanced project efficiency and accuracy, as well as reduced costs and increased sustainability. With BIM, project stakeholders can easily collaborate and exchange information in real time, making it easier to identify and solve potential problems before they occur. This helps to reduce project delays, enhance project quality, and ultimately save time and money. BIM also enables teams to visualize and simulate the construction process even before the first barrel of concrete is poured. Our theme this year is BIM and Beyond. It signifies the future of BIM and its potential to transform the construction industry beyond its current capability. It implies that BIM is not just a tool or process, but an evolving technology that can push the boundaries of the industry and enable new possibilities. BIM and beyond includes other emerging technology such as automation, artificial intelligence, AI, augmented reality, and sustainability. As you may be aware, BIM and IBS has been identified as the drivers of our construction industry transformation in the year when we implement CITP, we call it in 2016, right up to 2020. After 2020, we decided that BIM and IBS remain relevant, but there are other emerging technologies that can be used to complement BIM and IBS to make the construction industry more competitive, more productive, safer, as well as more sustainable. You see, the potential of BIM is a lot. For example, BIM plus IBS. BIM plus IBS will lead you to digital construction, as adopted by big companies like Gamuda and IJM, where they have factories where they do design in BIM, and after that, they produce components in the factory based on the inputs from BIM. So it becomes digital construction. BIM plus robots would become robotic construction. In this respect, I would like to highlight the fact that BIM provides the input for robots to make sure to enable the robots to be fully automated. We are lucky here, you are lucky for this time around in KL BIM Day. We have MCC Overseas Berhad, which bring robotic technology to demonstrate at their booth. I do hope that you all visit the booth afterwards, because this is indeed a game changer to our construction industry. I had visited the robotic factory last week, and I was told that China have identified 7 projects to be implemented on a pilot basis to test 7 technologies, one of which is robotic. And MCC, together with their partner, have been given a project to build a 30-overstory buildings and which I visited, and they use robots fully, and now the project is about 60 to 70% complete. And if you see the way the robots were used, it was very impressive, and the input to all these robots is BIM. So for example, just to give a simple, the demonstration that they have here is for tiling machine using robots to lay tiles. And you will see how accurate it is, how consistent it is, and how fast it is. But there are a lot of other robots. They are in the process of developing 50 over robots, and 28 of which are actually now operating in that projects that they are developing. And for example, you see it's fully automated. The robot, there's one robot that carry these massive IBS components, and it goes to the hoist. It communicate with the hoist. It go into the hoist, go to the right floor, go to the place where you want to install the IBS components and put it there. And there will be another robot that pick up and lay that components. There are a lot of other robots as well doing tiling, plastering, as well as painting and others. So you see there are a lot of potential as far as BIM is concerned. The next one, if BIM plus other application, plus other software enable you to develop, to have a system for project documentation, coordination, and coordination. You can also have a project management software using BIM, as well as for asset and facility management. The way I look at BIM is a platform that integrates other technologies to enable you to use technologies to the maximum. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, there are a lot of potentials in BIM. Please make sure that your companies adopt BIM faster, because at the end of the day, that will be the technology of the future, and the future is not very far away. Ladies and gentlemen, during the KL BIM Day, we have a 2-day conference where renowned speakers in the field will share their experience and expertise in specific BIM topics on the implementation of BIM and beyond in their respective projects. KL BIM Day is poised to be the key event where you can enhance your knowledge and skills in BIM technology and help you to stay up to date with the latest industry and technology trends. The KL BIM Day also comes with a 3-day exhibition where you can view and experience the latest cutting-edge technology in BIM and beyond. Through the BIM exhibition, industry players can get a first-hand look at the latest BIM software and technology available in the market. It is my hope that all of you conference attendees will spare some time to visit the exhibition booth. I spent about 1.5 hours yesterday at the booth, and I feel it's not enough, but I do learn a lot. And I can assure you that if you were to visit the booth, it will enlighten you, it will change the way you think, and you will look at the construction industry of the future. You also have the opportunity to meet industry experts and interact with those who are experienced in implementing BIM technology in their organization. In terms of networking, the KL BIM Day also provides a great opportunity for you to meet and network with other industry professionals in the field. You can share your experiences, learn from others, and create new business relationships. In essence, we envision the KL BIM Day as the go-to event for all industry players and stakeholders to gain a better understanding of the benefits of BIM technology, learn from industry experts, and make valuable connections that can help advance career or businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, CIDB as the custodian of the construction industry have carried out various initiatives to enhance BIM adoption. In 2017, we have established the My BIM Center as a resource center to promote and increase the adoption of BIM in construction. The center enables construction industry players to model and visualize building projects in a simulated environment by using BIM. CIDB have since established many MyBIM satellite centers all over the country to provide BIM training to industry players. In total, CIDB has trained 4,500 construction professionals and personnel in using BIM. To expedite BIM adoption in private projects and enhance the ease of doing business in construction, CIDB have embarked on a very impactful project called the National BIM E-Submission, in short, NBES. NBES is believed to be the first in the world outer checker system for the review and approval of building plans. So in short, if the submission were made to the local authorities using BIM, then NBES is able to check to make sure compliance to the uniform building bylaw. It will actually detect the areas where building bylaws are not complied with. So it is a very fast way of checking the submission or building plan submission to the local authorities. And CIDB have conducted proof of concept of pilot projects with 7 local authorities, namely Perbadanan Putrajaya, Majlis Bandaraya Melaka Sejarah, Majlis Perbandaran Kangar, Majlis Bandara Petaling Jaya, Dewan Bandaraya Kuching Utara, Majlis Perbandaran Kuala Kangsar, and the latest one, it will be Majlis Perbandaran Kulim. The YDP is here today, Dr. Nazman. NBES has been developed with the capability to automatically check the building plan compliance to the building bylaws and the Street Drainage and Building Act 1974. This capability has enabled the process of reviewing building plans to be reduced significantly from 21 days to 1 or 2 days. And you may ask why Kulim? So we bring Dr. Nazman here today because Kulim is known to be very fast and very efficient in terms of approval of development plan. So I was told Kulim being a small district, I'm from Baling. My district Baling is only neighboring to Kulim. And Kulim and Baling used to be at par, almost the same level of development. But Kulim has now advanced very fast. I was made to understand that the investment in Kulim alone in 2021 is 57 billion. And in 2022 is 10 billion and 12 billion. And one of the reasons is because of the fact that the approval process there is very fast. And now we are working together with Dr. Nazman or the Majlis Bandara Kulim to use BIM for the building plan submission to further increase and expedite the approval process of building plans. So, and we are also very pleased to have Dr. Nazman to be one of the panel this afternoon for our session. So thank you, Dr. Nazman, for coming. Thank you for your support, and I do hope that our collaboration will be a success in Kulim. CIDB is working, currently collaborating with local council to provide training and consultation. We do hope that from the pilot project in Kulim, we're able to expand to other public local authorities as well. While the local council may have to make some investment in order to offer NBEST services, we envision that the return of investment can be realized in a few short years as the system will attract more and more projects. By cutting, the other day I asked Dr. Nazman, why is so good that you expedite the approval process? He said, I need money, because he can collect cukai pintu. So that's why that provide the impetus for him to approve fast. So I hope other local authorities will adopt the same thinking as Dr. Nazman. So by cutting down approval processes, the local council can attract more foreign direct investment into their district. In this regard, I see Majlis Perbandaran Kulim as a success story, as they are able to attract very significant amount of investment, as I had mentioned earlier. Today, we are all very proud to witness the official launch of NBEST. I know the NBEST team had worked tirelessly to develop the system and engage with local councils in training their staff on how to use NBEST. I encourage all local councils to consider the benefits of NBEST and book an appointment or a briefing session with NBEST team in CIDB and its subsidiary CIDB Construct Sdn Bhd to find out how they can start and how our team can support you. I hope the official launch of NBEST and the KL BIM Day today will mark another significant milestone in the adoption of BIM technology in Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, as I draw nearer to the conclusion of my speech, I would like to pay tribute to the organizer, CIDB Construct Sdn Bhd Services Sdn Bhd, and its co-organizer, or Piogo Entertainment Sdn Bhd, for effortlessly realizing this event, and to the many organizations and individuals who have supported us in our journey. My heartfelt thanks also goes to our supporters of this event, namely the sponsors, exhibitors, speakers, strategic partners, conference participants, and exhibition visitors. We truly appreciate your support to this event. Lastly, and certainly not least, my utmost gratitude goes to the Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Abdul Rahman bin Haji Muhammad for gracing the event today. To all present, let us move towards a more productive and sustainable future through BIM and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yang berbahagia Datuk Insinyur Ahmad Asri bin Abdul Hamid, our Chief Executive of CIDB Malaysia. A lot was said there, and of course, we're looking forward to yet another successful KL BIM Day 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, no matter how great a vision is, it relies heavily on the support and guidance of the government. And of course, with our guest of honor being here today is a testament to how the support is given by the government. So without further ado, it is with great honor for me to invite our Honorable Deputy Minister of Works, Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Abdul Rahman bin Haji Muhammad, to deliver his speech and officiate KL BIM Day 2023.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya mursalin Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi washabihi ajmain. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning. Salam perpaduan. Salam Malaysia Madani. Yang berbahagia Datuk Seri Haji Hasnul Zamzam bin Haji Ahmad, Secretary General Ministry of Works. Yang berbahagia Datuk Insinyur Ahmad Asri bin Abdul Hamid, Chief Executive CIDB Malaysia. Yang berusaha Tuan Insinyur Sazali bin Harun, Director General Malaysian Highway Authority. Yang berbahagia Surveyor Muhammad Zaid Zakaria, Deputy Chief Executive One, CIDB Malaysia, yang berbahagia Tuan Rafizlan Ahmad, Chief Executive Officer CIDB E-Construct Services Sdn Bhd, Organizer KL BIM Day 2023, Yang Berusaha Puan Aida Razi, Chief Executive Officer OPU Go Sdn Bhd, Co-Organizer KL BIM Day 2023, Yang Berusaha Mr. Lee An Wei, Managing Director MCC Overseas Malaysian Sdn Bhd, Distinguished Partner, Ministry Senior Officer, Head of Agencies, CDB Top Management, Local Authorities, Association, Contractors, Developers, Academia, Sponsor, Strategy Partner, members of media, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for me to join you in the opening ceremony, the KL BIM Day, which is being organized in a big scale for the first time. I would like to thank CIDB Malaysia for inviting me and giving me the honor of officiating the momentous event. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme for KL BIM Day, BIM and beyond, is very suited to the time and space we are in today. BIM is recognized in the National Construction Policy NCP 2030 as a game changer in digitalizing the construction life cycle. Indeed, BIM can certainly be the gateway for all players in construction to dive into the adaptation and adoption of other emerging technologies under the Industrial Revolution, IR 4.0. The NCP sets a target for the construction sector to achieve digitalization in at least half of its cycle by 2030. The adaptation and adoption of technology also help in minimizing the project cost and maximizing the quality and value of the projects, which will ultimately reduce wastage and delay caused by unnecessary reworks during the construction progress period. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Works have been promoting the use of BIM for many years. All of us, that the industry players who have used BIM in their projects have benefited tremendously from it and have no turn back to the old ways. BIM continues to gain widespread adoption across the construction industry. More and more companies and organizations are recognizing the benefits of using BIM. As such, I believe that the time for talking about BIM is over. Now it's time for action. I am proud to note that the initiatives to increase BIM adoption has indeed gained good traction. The adoption of BIM has increased from 70% in 2016 49% in 2019 to 55% in 2021. Many high-profile projects today use BIM technology in the design through construction stage. They include the Pen Borneo Highways, KL 118 Tower, the Klang Valley Mass Rapid Transit Project, or MRT, and the Tun Raja Exchange. As for government projects, the early adopters include the National Cancer Institute and the Malaysian Anti-Corruption Commission Administration Complex in Putrajaya, and Bagandatok Polytechnics in Perak, and 6 government hospitals in Selangor, Terengganu, Johor, Perak, Kedah, and Pahang. I'm also happy to share that the Ministry of Works, through the Public Works Department Strategy Plan, has set a target to reach 50% of BIM adoption in the projects, the year of 80% adoption by 2025. The Ministry of Works has so far completed 297 projects using BIM that industrialized building system that includes the building of roads, bridges, and buildings. We have found through the years that the use of BIM and IBS have improved construction quality and productivity. I believe that the higher adoption of BIM can be achieved through strategy, collaboration between the relevant ministries and agencies. The challenge remains, how do we increase the rate of BIM adoption in private projects? This is where the launch of the National BIM e-submission (NBES) today marks yet another significant milestone in the acceleration BIM adoption, especially in privately funded projects. The heart of NBES is using online BIM submission to ensure the transparency and also expedite approvals of building plans. These will contribute significantly towards the ease of doing business in construction. NBES will enable local authorities to process building plan submissions more efficiently through the embedded auto checker and project owners to start their projects earlier. As we know, in business, time is money. The more time we save, the more money and income we were able to generate for the economy. So, I urge all local authorities to come on board and explore working with CIDB on introducing the NBES in the approval processes. Ladies and gentlemen, while BIM is considered a game changer, it is still just a tool and will only make a difference if it is being used effectively. Throughout the years of using BIM, industry players throughout the world have found that the key success factors contributing to their success include yearly and effective collaboration among stakeholders. In a productive BIM environment, the appointed design team, contractors, manufacturers, and installers will all working collaboratively even before the first concrete are being poured. This means that all matters regarding designs, issues, priorities, and construction methods will be agreed upon the initial stages fully understood by all by all parties involved. If any party execute their task in silos with no communication of coordination, projects will surely hit stumbling blocks. By collaboration on a project from the initial stages, we will be able to reduce extension of time, EOT, or variation order, VO. This is very necessary for a more efficient complementation of government and private project alike. I would like to encourage the industry players to use the MyBIM Center to carry out their collaborative works on BIM. If they do not have their own facilities, I was made to understand that the MyBIM Center was used by MRT Corp during the initial stages of the MRT project design. Ladies and gentlemen, technology, as we know, provides us the catalyst and leverage for us to leapfrog the construction industry performance and many fronts, including safety, quality, productivity, and professionalism. So, I call upon the industry players in the room today to take the lead in BIM investment and adoption. I believe the day has finally arrived when the practical knowledge and skills of BIM can become of differentiation factor for a construction professional to compete and succeed locally and at the global stage. Thus, let the KL BIM Day be the event where you finally get convinced, made the decision to adopt BIM and be counted. Ladies and gentlemen, just now, my chief executive from CDB said that our participant was around 700%. And I believe that all our participants today will get a very good to achieve our country to be more further when we are using BIM, because so that's why I like to pleasure allow me to fly brief flight by speak in Malay a little bit for our participant. Tuan-tuan, ladies and gentlemen, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang saya kasihi, melihat kepada keadaan kita pada hari ini, saya mendapati bahawa partisipan kita, peserta-peserta kita mempunyai lebih kurang daripada 700 orang peserta. Dan ini menandakan petanda yang cukup baik yang dianjurkan oleh CIDB yang boleh mencecah pesertanya kepada lebih daripada 700. Dan kehadirannya ada yang datang daripada persatuan-persatuan, ketua-ketua persatuan, daripada akademik, ahli-ahli akademik, pensyarah, pemaju, surveyor, kontraktor dan sebagainya. Sebab itu saya berkeyakinan bahawa dalam keadaan sekarang ini, saya melihat bahawa kita amat penting sekali bersatu dalam masa yang amat getir ini. Dalam keadaan kita nak membangunkan negara kita dan kita tidak mahu keadaan ini sentiasa meletakkan kita dalam suasana yang negara kita ini perlu pembangunan yang efisien, yang lebih pantas, yang lebih cepat dalam masa mendatang ini. Sebab itu saya mengambil kesempatan ini minta supaya di bawah kerajaan yang ada pada hari ini, iaitu kerajaan madani, yang mana kita tahu kita berkehendakkan supaya kita maju terus. Kita tidak mampu lagi, kita tidak berdaya lagi, tidak terdaya kita oleh kerana disebabkan beberapa perkara berlaku yang kita melihat sendiri di mana berlakunya COVID-19. Masa itu saya percaya ramai yang dalam keadaan terumbang-ambing. Negara pun membelanjakan begitu besar sekali sehingga kan sekarang ini mencecah dalam keadaan suasana defisit yang telah mencecah triliun ringgit. Jadi dalam masa inilah kita nak bangunkan kembali negara kita ini. Jadi kita bersatu dalam keadaan di dalam Dewan ini berfikir bagaimana kita nak bangunkan negara ini. Saya sendiri sebagai politician tidak mampu sebenarnya kalau tidak ada support atau pertolongan daripada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan untuk membangunkan negara ini. Cukup-cukuplah kita sebenarnya sepanjang masa meletakkan negara kita ini dalam suasana yang tidak boleh menjadi kestabilannya menjadi lebih baik. Jadi saya berharap supaya yang saya sebutkan pada hari ini merupakan orang yang sangat-sangat boleh berpengaruh memberitahu kepada rakyat bagaimanakah kita nak membangunkan negara kita. Kalau di China umpamanya hari ini membawa robotik ke sini yang boleh pasang tiles dengan cantik, boleh mengecat tidak ada kekotoran. Tetapi bagaimanakah kalau kita tidak melalui evaluasi ini, kita sendiri akan menjadi ketinggalan di dalam negara kita sendiri. Ini yang amat penting, yang perlu kita fikirkan bersama, yang perlu kita mengambil tahu hal ehwal negara kita. Kita yang berada di negara kita, kenapa kita hendak menarik ataupun menjatuhkan? Kita dah rasai dalam masa satu penggal 3 Perdana Menteri. Ya, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, datuk-datuk, Datuk Seri boleh cakap ini orang politik. Tetapi yang menyebabkan demikian rupa adalah juga tidak lain tidak bukan datangnya daripada bawah. Bila dari bawah sentiasa menggunakan berbagai-bagai medsos umpamanya, maka kita melihat perkara ini. Ruang inilah yang saya dapat bercakap kerana di dalam ini saya sangat-sangat hormati tuan-tuan yang mempunyai kredibiliti yang cukup baik di kaca mata rakyat, di kaca mata masyarakat untuk tuan-tuan perkembangkan supaya negara kita ini menjadi makmur, menjadi maju dan dapat kita sama-sama menikmati kemakmuran dalam negara kita sendiri. Ini penting. Sebab itu CIDB menganjurkan hal ini tidak lain tidak bukan adalah untuk membangunkan negara kita sendiri. Sebab itu saya minta maaf di kesempatan ini saya mengambil sedikit untuk bercakap kepada anak bangsa saya sendiri yang sama-sama kita nak bangunkan negara kita ini. Saya minta maaf kalau ada yang terasa hati kerana ini kelemahan saya. Dan yang baik itu daripada Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala yang ingin menyampaikan melalui saya kepada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Terima kasih kepada semua. Dan untuk akhirnya, saya ingin menzahirkan perkataan ladies and gentlemen, with that it is very great honor that I declare the KL BIMD 2023 officially open today. Terima kasih. Wabillahi taufiq hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Yang Berhormat. We would like to kindly request you to remain on stage, and joining him, ladies and gentlemen, are our dignitaries, Dato' Senior Haji Hasnul, Dato' Insinyur Ahmad Asri, Surveyor Muhammad Zaid Zakaria, Technologist Rafizlan Ahmad, Puan Aida Razi, and Mr. Lee An Wei, joining Yang Berhormat Dato' Sri Deputy Minister of Works for the official launch of KL BIM Day 2023. And also the exciting day, ladies and gentlemen, for the official launch of NBES. So if we could just give a bit of a moment for our camera crew to take their positions before the official launch of KL BIM Day 2023. And now we will dim the lights. To symbolize the official launch of KL BIM Day 2023, we would humbly request Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri to place his palm on the launch pad. Datuk Sri, silakan. Three, two, and one. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the official launch of KL BIM Day 2023 and the National BIMI submission. And for that, I would like to request that all our dignitaries to remain on stage, and our dignitaries will invite Yang Berhormat to once again make his way to the neon sign of KL BIM Day 2023 for a quick photo session. And of course, an exciting day as NBES will change and revolutionize, turbocharge the building and construction industry, blasting us into a realm of unprecedented efficiency and collaboration. So you can just imagine all our brilliant architects, engineers, contractors will enjoy not just convenience, it's a seismic shift that's going to make everything faster, smooth, and ultra accurate. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a round of applause to Yang Berhormat Deputy Minister for gracing the official launch of KL BIM Day 2023 today. We spent a bit of time for this momentous occasion to have a bit more photo and visual video coverage. I'm just waiting for the cue for our photographers, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a very special day, as once again, as the Chief Executive of CRDB has mentioned earlier on, this is the first time we actually get to gather again. And now we would like to invite our dignitaries to accompany Yang Berhormat to take a station in the middle of the center stage, as we take this special moment to extend a special thank you to all our sponsors who have been a part of National BIM Day 2023. And I would like to invite Yang Berbahagia, Dato' Insinyur Asri, and Yang Berhormat Deputy Minister to take a step forward. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we've mentioned earlier on, it will be impossible to have this accomplished without the support of our partners. So without further ado, allow me to invite the representative from MCC Overseas Malaysia, Sendirian Berhad, the distinguished partner for National BIM Day KL BIM Day 2023, to receive a token of appreciation from our guest of honor. A round of applause for MCC Overseas Malaysia's Sdn Bhd, ladies and gentlemen. And next, allow me to invite our title sponsor from Autodesk. A round of applause for Autodesk, ladies and gentlemen, our title sponsor for KL BIM Day 2023. Thank you, Autodesk, for being a part of KL BIM Day 2023. All right, and moving on to our gold sponsors, please welcome VR Collab. VR Collab gave a really riveting presentation yesterday. Thank you very much, VR Collab, for being a part of KL BIM Day 2023. And next we invite Perunding Irzi Sendirian Berhad. And also our gold sponsor for KL BIM Day 2023, please welcome Bina Initiatives Sendirian Berhad. And joining us on the main stage, please welcome Glodden. And it is also a pleasure to invite the representative from ACOM. And completing our sponsors list, please welcome China State Construction Engineering Malaysia Sendirian Berhad, CSS. And if we can have all the recipients, all our sponsors to be ready, as we are going to have a group photo with our guest of honor and our dignitaries. If we can invite all of our sponsors back on stage for a group photo. Thank you to all our sponsors for being a part of KL BIM Day 2023. MCC Overseas Malaysia Sdn Bhd, Autodesk, VR Collab, Perunding Irzi Sdn Bhd, Bina Initiatives, Glodden, ACOM, and China State Construction Engineering Malaysia Sendirian Berhad. So let's give a bit of a moment for our media crew to have their photos and video coverage completed. So Beam and Beyond is the theme for this year, and of course thank you to our sponsors. Without forgetting, we're going to take a bit more moment to give an extra shout out to our organizers, but before that we'd like to invite all our sponsors back to their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, a special thank you to our organizers. If Yang Berhormat could also present a token of appreciation, a commemoration plaque to our organizers, starting with technologist Rafizlan Ahmad, CEO of CIDB E-Construct Services Berhad. They have worked tirelessly throughout the hours. Technologist Rafizlan, if you could do the honors of receiving the token of appreciation of our organizer for KL Beam Day 2023. And of course, our Iron Lady, Puan Aida Razi, the Chief Executive Officer of Opigo Entertainment, Sendirian Berhad, who is going to be receiving her token of appreciation after this. We would like to invite Puan Aida to step forward to receive a token of appreciation as the co-organizer of KL Beam Day 2023. A round of applause to CIDB E-Construct Services and Opigo Entertainment Services Berhad, ladies and gentlemen. Something coming after this, we would like to request that our participants be ready for the next set of events. Once again, thank you very much, Yang Berhormat, for officially launching the KL Beam Day 2023. A bit more photo session with our organizers and co-organizers. And with that, we would like to request Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri, accompanied by our dignitaries, to take position in front of the VIP seats. But this time, our guest of honor and our VVIP will be standing facing the main stage. And they would like to take a photo with all of you, the participants of KL Beam Day 2023. So this is going to be one of the biggest selfies I've ever seen. It will not be possible without all of your attendance, all of your support for being a part of KL Beam Day 2023. We've heard this amazing number from our Chief Executive earlier on, and we hope, of course, the support to grow strength by strength. So we're swapping the photography positions as for now. Beam and Beyond, that's the theme for this year's KL Beam Day 2023. We have more exciting topics lined up for day 2 of the conference of KL Beam Day today. The exhibition is open till 4:30. The response has been overwhelming. There's still time for us to invite a lot more visitors to check out the exhibitions. And coming right up, a very interesting presentation about an iconic building. I must say one of the most photographed buildings in Kuala Lumpur, Merdeka 118. That's coming right up after we conclude the official launching ceremony of KL Beam Day 2023. Alright, KL Beam Day 2023 once again extends our utmost gratitude to Yang Berhormat, Deputy Minister of Works, for gracing our event today. And now our dignitaries will accompany the Deputy Minister to the exhibition grounds of KL Beam Day 2023 to have a word with all our participants. And for our attendees, please stay at your seats as we are ready to commence the next session of our presentation. Thank you very much, Yang Berhormat. Great speech. Thank you so much. Soon. Last event for the month. See you, Dato'. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the conclusion of our launching ceremony of KL BIM Day 2023. Coming right up is a special presentation on the history of Merdeka 118. So please remain in your seats as we are ready to welcome our set of speakers in a few minutes. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, with that conclusion of the official launching ceremony of KL BIM Day 2023, we are ready to start with our next set of presentation. Do I have the cue that our speaker is ready? All right, so we are going to be talking about the history of Merdeka 118. One of the most iconic buildings in Kuala Lumpur right now, and I think I must say it is one of the most photographed. It appears a lot in our social media updates lately. We have about 2 minutes before we begin our presentation, and we will need to all right, and we need to clear the stage to give way to our presenters to take their position. Thank you. See you later. Speaker ready, yeah? All right. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Assistant Vice President of PNB Merdeka Ventures Sdn Bhd, Mr. Muhammad Shukri Harun.
Thank you, Puan MC. Assalamualaikum and very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Muhammad Shukri Harun from PNB Merdeka Ventures. Thank you, CIDB, for inviting us to share the story of Merdeka 118. And probably I'll start with our marketing video.
Dan keadilan. Merdeka! Merdeka!
Okay, history of the site, why PMB acquired this site in the first place. Historically, the site used to be a government land, 40 acres, known as Stadia land, consists of Stadium Merdeka at lot 744-747, Stadium Negara at lot 743. 742 used to be occupied by Taman Tunku Abdul Rahman before. 345 and 355 is the site for Changkat Pavilion. What happened in 1994, there's a land swap agreement signed between the government and Puncak Vista, the subsidiary of UEM, transferring all this lot to UEM in return for UEM building the facilities for National Stadium at Bukit Jalil for the Sukan Commonwealth. In 1997, financial crisis hit Malaysia, and this land was transferred and acquired by Dana Harta. PMB at that time, we are under the chairmanship of the late Tun Ahmad Saji. We put a proposal to the government. Let us acquire this 40 acres of land with the promise that we're going to list both Stadium Merdeka and Stadium Negara as national heritage. So PMB created PMB Merdeka Ventures Sdn Bhd as the SPV to acquire this land. The sale and purchase agreement with Dana Harta was signed in the year 2000. And we also created trusteeship Merdeka Heritage Trust to manage and restore Stadium Merdeka and Stadium Negara. Immediately after the acquisition, we start embarking our process of listing both stadium, and the Stadium Merdeka and Stadium Negara was successfully listed as National Heritage, first by under the National Antiquities Act 1976, and later transferred to National Heritage Act 2005. Okay, these are the plaques that we received from Jawatan Warisan Negara, confirming Stadium Merdeka as Warisan Kebangsaan, the National Heritage. On the left is the Award of Excellence that we received from UNESCO on our effort to restore back Stadium Merdeka to the original 57 condition. What happened in Stadium Merdeka? Okay, more on the interesting events at Stadium. Of course, the most important is the declaration of independence by Yang Amat Mulia Tunku Abdul Rahman in 31st August 1957. We got a lot of Pesta Bola Merdeka. This is one of the most popular football events in Asia, way back. Muhammad Ali came here 1975, where he beat Joe Wagner for the Boxing World Heavyweight Championship. And on your left there, you can see our players. This is probably one of the pinnacles of Malaysian football. We qualified for the Olympics, 1980, beating South Korea. A lot of events, international and locals. Michael Jackson coming here, 1996. So do Mariah Carey, Jennifer Lopez, and quite recently, I think Metallica, and also a lot of local artists performing here. In view of that, our board is on the view that we need to restore back Stadium Merdeka as per 1957 condition, in view of a lot of added features to the stadium, probably in requirement for SEA Games, for Hockey World Cup, and probably for Pesta Bola Merdeka. These are the view after our restoration works, before and after. All the upper terraces, that's all new features, we removed them. On your left, you can see the VI stand. After we remove them, we can see VI clearly now. And with this restoration works, has reduced the capacity of the stadium from 40,000 to 20,000. Another view of our restoration works. At the grandstand there, you can see all the colored plastic seats. We removed that because that's not original. And we put back the original wooden plank. Also at the main entrance, all the tiles, we replaced that with original mosaic tiles. And also we put back the turnstile. That's the original turnstile for the stadium. Another restoration that we do at the upper floors, this is where the famous Stadium Merdeka fish head curry kepala ikan, that's no longer there. The awning there repaint to the original black, white and red color. That's the original color in 57. Okay, another view of the restoration works before and after, and you can see as well, that's the photo of the day of the Independence Declaration in 1957, and this is the view of the current stadium with Merdeka 118 as our background. What we're going to do at the stadium, of course, is going to be used for public usage. For our tower, we got new 10,000 employees coming. Definitely they can use that as recreational facilities as well. They can come early to jog at the stadium. The plan is to have a lot of football workshops. Maybe we can do cinema nights at the stadium as well. Also the Power Cafe. Definitely it's going to be utilized as one of the best and most visited place later upon completion of the whole development. Then upon restoring the stadium, the team need to embark on the next stage of development, which is to develop the remaining 20 acres, because another 20 acres has been taken over by Stadium Merdeka Stadium Negara as listed heritage. Maybe I can touch a little bit on the evolution of building heights in KL. 1957 is Stadium Merdeka. Then we got Menara Maybank in 1987, 244 meters. KL Tower came in 1995, 421 meters. Then Petronas Twin Tower, 1996, 451 meters. Still the tallest twin tower in the world. We got Exchange 106 coming in 2019, slightly higher than Petronas Twin Tower at 453.6 meters. And this is our tower, 678.9 meters. Nice and easy numbers to remember. With this height, we are officially number 2 tallest tower in the world now, behind Burj Khalifa. Okay, the whole components are within the 20 acres. In the middle there, you can see that's our 118 tower. The component is we got office and Park Hyatt on top of the office. Office tower is about 83 floors. Park Hyatt occupies 17, and the rest will be occupied by our observation deck, transfer floor, M&E floors, and other facilities. Next door, we got our 118 retail mall, 1.5 million square feet, and 3 residential towers. One of the residential towers will be occupied by Oakwood Premier as a service residence. And then we start planning for the facilities as well for the tenants. We got Little M, we call it as our PMB Childcare Center, to cater for 400 pairs of kids starting from 6 months to 6 years old. The Merdeka Boulevard, the linear park, 3 acres. We got our mosque as well, Masjid Merdeka, to cater for 3,000 packs. And at the end there, you can see, look at 118. This is a special purpose building that we create so that visitors and viewers who come to visit the site can come on top of the roof as our observation deck to have an arm-obstruct view to the tower. So this is a place for you to come later for selfies and take photos. The site was very well served by the public transportation. We got one MRT station right beneath our retail mall, and also Mahajalila Monorail station next to the Stadium Merdeka. Okay, the project team, we got more than 40 local and international consultants working on this project. On top of that is PMB Merdeka Ventures as the owner, and then our PMC project manager is Turner International. They come from day one. Design architect is Fender Katsalidis out of Melbourne. They are working in collaboration with our local RSP architects and planner for the tower and part of the residential. and also GDP Architect, who was in charge for the retail mall and part of the residential as well. The overall master planning done by Architect MAA. We got structure engineer Lera and Robert Bott out of New York. They worked together with our local Arab Juru Runding. And then in this project, we also got Tonton Tomosetti coming as our checker, peer review for the structure. For the MEP, we got Waller, also out of New York, as an international consultant, and he collaborates with our local KTA Tenaga. RWDI out of Toronto is our wind engineering. And also we got CPP as our peer reviewer, wind engineering consultant as well, in view of the height of the tower. And then Bakken Group is our retail planning. Landscape, again, another collaboration of international and local between Sasaki and Pentago. We got Fluidity to advise us on the water feature design. Civil engineering for infrastructure, AROP. Facade, or the glass facade, is by ALT Group of Manila. Sustainability, we are targeting for this tower to obtain triple platinum green certification. These are all the 3 consultants appointed to advise us. Trapping advises on leads, CTG on the greenery, and Kaya on the GBI. QS, we use local QS, JBM and KPK. Fire engineering, Aeon. Geotech, COFE. Documentary and monitoring, DKM2. Again, this is important. They come from Dewan to record and take photos of all the construction activities. So we have ample records on our project. The lab survey done by Kaninsem. Okay, perspective of the tower from the architecture point of view. When you arrive at our main entrance, this is at Jalan Hanjabat. The roof podium will be in glass so that upon arrival, you can see our tower straight away. Inside the entrance room, there's 2 entrances towards the office at the left and hotel at the right. In the middle there is our water features. Behind there will be our direct lift to level 118. And what interesting about that lift is the front facade will be in glass, so that alongside your journey, you can enjoy the view of KL. Typical floor plan layout for the tower, diamond shape, average about 20,000 square feet net per floor. So we got for the office, we got like 1.7 million square feet net, another 400,000 for the hotel. In front there, on the top there, you can see the lift that I mentioned in glass towards north facing KL view. Typical office layout. Aircon coming from below, underfloor trunking. Full LED services lighting, 3-layer glass. This is all the part of the requirement for platinum certification. For the Park Hyatt, 252 rooms. And these are among the facilities offered by Park Hyatt: the dining, bar and restaurant, the hotel suite, spa. And this is the infinity pools at level 99, probably one of the tallest swimming pool in the world. Okay, this is the lift that I mentioned, full glass view to the city view. For those of you who are afraid of height, you can always turn your back facing the lift door. The journey up there probably will take about 8 meters per second and probably will take about 1 minute to reach level 118. Our observation deck at level 116 and 117, where here you can have and enjoy 360-degree view of KL and Klang Valley. Okay, at our observation deck, we allow you to go outside our tower. This is on glass floor at Edge Walk. No railing. But definitely you need to wear harness along your walking journey. So this is another what we call a life experience that we hope that can attract a lot of visitors coming to our tower. This is at 500 meters high. Yeah? Our spire, 167 meters high, is equivalent to 40-story buildings. So it's a tall spire. It's a tall spire. And again, we allow you to climb within our spire up to level 566 using spiral staircase. And at this level, again, this is going to be the tallest observation deck in the world as well. Our mall next door, 1.5 million square feet, 7 levels. We are targeting 300 stores. Another view of the mall at the East Street next to Stadium Negara. Residential towers, we got 3 towers, 2 towers on the east and another one on the west side. One of the shorter tower at the east will be occupied by Oakwood Premier as a service resident. Another 2 towers, we offer you 800 units of residential units. Target completion by end 2027. Our boulevard, the linear park, right in front of Stadium Merdeka. The water features, just in case there's events at Stadium Merdeka, it can be switched off to allow for public passage to the stadium. This is the building that we call Locat 118, 3-story purpose-built to cater for cafe at the ground floor. We got Merdeka Textile Museum within the building, and also at the rooftop is the viewing deck for the visitor to come and take a clean, unobstructed view to our tower. The Merdeka Textile Museum, this is another facility that we offer to the visitors where you can come and learn about Malay textile. Our mosque, Masjid Merdeka, 3,000 packs. This is going to be wholly managed by PMB. Little M, our childcare center, as I mentioned, very much for the facility for the tenants and PMB at the 118 tower. 400 pets starting from 6 months to 6 years old. We have identified the operator already. So it's still very much ready within next year probably. Sustainability, we are targeting triple green platinum for this tower, probably the first in Malaysia, in terms of LEED, greenery and GBI. And also, we are targeting WELL certification. And another confirmation that we received is that this is also MSC cyber status. In summary, for the Merdeka 118 scheme, the height of the tower is 678.9 meters. We are targeting triple platinum sustainability, 118-story, targeting 10,000 employees within the tower. For the Park Hyatt, we got 252 keys for the rooms. Lift number, we got 89, where 37 will be double deck. Again, we are targeting WELL as well, MSC status. Built out overall, about 3.1 million square feet. Net is about 2.1 million. Designed by Fender with 3 residential towers as well. Total acreage, excluding Merdeka and Negara, is about 90 acres. And we got more than 8,000 bays of car park within our tower below the basement. And 1 million square feet as well for our retail mall. And yeah, prime location. Probably another video just to show you what the progress of the development right now. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muhammad Shukri Harun, Assistant Vice President of PNB Merdeka Ventures Berhad. Wow, what a footage. Of course, we're very, very excited to see the building up close if possible. So ladies and gentlemen, for the next set of presentation, and this is when BIM adaptation and challenges will come into play. Please give a round of applause to welcome the Country Manager and Project Director of Turner International Malaysia Sdn Bhd, Mr. CJ Chen.
Very good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very honored and humbled to be here to speak in front of you. I'm honored because that I'm here to represent thousands of workers, engineers. They worked tirelessly over the years through COVID, and after 60 million man hours, we finally secure our Bamba inspection in coming weeks. It's a very, very big milestone day to us. Thank you. But I'm also very humble. I'm humble because I was in this conference yesterday. I talked to the pioneers of the construction technologies. I walked outside the booths, and I feel there's a big gap. There's a big gap with the most advanced technology and the people on the field like us. And that's the effort we need to put in to narrow the gap in the future. So, introduction, I think Shukri already made very nice introduction about the precinct and the project. But since we are the second tallest building in the world, right, though, can't help to tell who are the number one and who was the number one. So, I mean, and chronologically, it makes sense because in 2004, when Taipei 101 is done, and when we started in year 2000 for construction, and I was fortunate enough to spend 18 years working on these 3 projects. So when I was 23 years younger, as a site engineer, so all the senior guys told us that the most important drawing in construction is called CSD. You call it coordinated service drawing or combined service drawing, so be it. But that's the most important drawing that you need to develop for building construction. But back then in 2004, never heard about BIM. Everything is done by very experienced senior engineers to produce this drawing. And nothing much changed when we started Burj Khalifa in 2004. SON was the designer. They happened to be also the MEP engineers. So they kind of, to their advantage, coordinate everything within the design. And they've been very proud to tell us that every opening inside the core, the size, location, and dimension has been coordinated, and you cannot change. But when we come to 2010, and then when Burj Khalifa come into completion, and that's the crossroad that we're facing for Merdeka 108 project. Why? Because the concept design, the idea started not yesterday, but it started in 2010. So it's not just the tower, right? It's the podium that like Shukri just presented. There's a retail mall, linear park. There are residential towers on top of the retail mall. And there are also ID design for the hotels. They will come, and observation that comes later. So let's talk about design, and that's when this project stepped in the right foot, because that I can say, I mean, we are probably the most advanced project at that time that start to embrace BIM. So as Shukri already mentioned that the special design arrangement for this project is that we have an international team. They study from concept schematic to detailed design, and they pass on to the local consultant. So we have Fender from Melbourne is our international architect, and we have RSP in KL that carry on the design to TD and full construction drawing. Same goes for there. There's a structure, R for architecture. Sorry, R for structure. So this is the process we come in from: concept, design, tender drawing, and issue for construction drawing. So apparently, Merdeka 118 is the main centerpiece of the development. So everything around this precinct has to go around it. So Fender not only did the full detailed design for the tower, there's also designed the theme of the precinct. So when you ask a foreign architect to see, hey, this development is so close to a symbolic historic site representing Malaysia, what do you see from Malaysia? What context representing this country? And he said, it's Songket. He said it's the pattern that inspired him, that representing this country. And funny enough, that we actually have, many years later, coincidentally, we are going to have a textile museum at the end of the linear park. So when this crystalline diamond shape or pattern on the plane, and it becomes three-dimensional, it gets pretty complicated. And you can see not only the tower is very diamond-shaped, crystalline, and the nearby retail mall roof is seeing the same song, same thing, and even the entrance, right? Columns cladding, door, everything go into the pattern. So overall, so conventionally, when you train as an architect, I believe most of the building can be visualized in 4 elevations, right? It give you 4 elevations: north, east, north, south, west, and south. You should be able to picture that the 3D image of the building. But I guarantee you go try now, go outside, look at our building. Every angle when you look at 118, it looks very, very different. So this is what the workshop started in 2010, and you can see the photo on the very right. There's somebody holding a model, and the model doesn't look very like the Merdeka 118 right now, because at that time they were presented 5 models to the Prime Minister for him to pick which one, and then he picked the current one we have. And that's back in 2010 when it's just some sketches and models, and it's all the ideas starting from there. And you can see our speakers. And Jessica was there attending this workshop. 23 years younger without any gray hair. So before we go into how we embrace BIM, and let me tell you that in 2010, why we decided that we need to have BIM. So it's a very complicated design in terms of structure and architecture, that this is a 118-story building sitting on 137 piles. Each pile is 2.2 diameter, 60 meter deep, and it's sitting on top of 4 meter thick rock foundation. And we have a 37-story height of atrium. I think some of you have visited our site. There's an anti-space glass box, very important to the architectural expression. And we have 2 sky lobbies. So you can, it's a 118-story building. You can divide it by 3 zones, right? So there's no elevator that will take you. You don't spend so much space for elevator to go all the way through. So you have to divide it into 2 zones. And we had 2 main sky lobby at level 40, 41 and level 75, 76. And that happens to be our very important structural elements, the outrigger floor. We have 3 sets of them. These outrigger floor are designed to resist the lateral movement from the wind. So many people are asking, ask us that, hey, do you have a wind damper in your building to like Taipei 101? We don't have to. I mean, the maximum wind speed over here is like half of Taipei, half of Shanghai. Both building, 101 and Shanghai Tower, requires a wind damper to stabilize the building. We don't have to. We don't have to. Even in our 100 years wind, the wind you probably can experience, if you're lucky enough, once in your lifetime, and you happen to be at the top of our building, you will feel a 1.2 meter sway in 12 seconds. So this is how it looks like. I mean, if you can see, the gentleman in this photo is Carl Fender, the architect from Fender, and he stands in front of that particular corner. You can visualize how big the structural element is. And he did magic. He made this structure element as part of his architectural expression. This is level 4041 Sky Lobby. And then we have office floor below level 97, and from level 100 to level 112 is our hotel rooms. You've seen the office space already, hotel floor. This is the reception and all-day dining for the hotel. And we spent a lot, and Shukri mentioned that, but there's a reason why. We did a survey. The two most popular observation deck in the world happen to be Taipei 101 and Burj Khalifa. 2 million visitors before COVID every year. 2 million visitors hitting these two observation decks. Burj Khalifa charge you 200 ringgit as a normal guest, 500 ringgit as a VIP. Do your calculation, how much money they make. Taipei 101 a bit cheaper. I think they charge less than 100 ringgit. And we pricing this very fairly, around 100 to come to this common level. And you're taking this scenic lift, right? As Shukri said, that it takes you 65 seconds to go to the top. If you're not very comfortable doing that, you can face back. Don't look at outside, or we can provide you some sit back inside the lift. So we spent a lot of design on this one. We have 2 outdoor balcony that for the visitors, that so all you have to do is to pay the regular admission. And we also give you the glass boxes that we survey, benchmark so many observation decks in the world. And then this is right now a must-have features. And I'm telling you, I tried some of them. It takes time for you to step on the glass. It's not as easy as you might think. Obviously, you have to do this. I mean, some of our people already tried that on site. 30 meters only. Again, this could be the longest 30 meters in your life if you decided to walk outside the building. And we do even more. Right, we utilize our spire. And what you can see right now, this spiral staircases, is utilized BIM model to design, because this is kind of afterthought. That when we did the structural design, we didn't plan for this. And all the structural steel elements already in place. Now you need to create something to negotiate through this, and we had to rely on the BIM model and make some adjustment to make it work. So this would be the view at the top, the tallest viewing platform in the world, just by 2 meters higher than Shanghai Tower. So another cut through, right? There are 2 main entrances, one from the Hanjuba side on the right-hand side. You can see the water feature, and the other side is from the linear park side, which is a 3-story high difference connecting the two. Inspiration, right? So what make our foyer entrance special is we bring in a lot of natural lights. There's a lot of facade, vision panel there for you to bring the lights in. And we smartly install this water feature. Not only it looks good, it also helps regulate the heat and the temperature, so we can reduce the amount of the cool air requirement. So pay a little bit attention about this connection, right? This is also done in BIM model. And then you can see all these horizontal line, the panel breakout, all aligned horizontally. So, like I said, we had BIM adoption very early on. We quite advanced in 2010. When the concept design started, the architect realized that he created a very geometry complicated pattern of the building. There's no way that you can do this in 2D. And they have already decided to go for a 3D software. At that time, they decided to use ArchiCAD. I mean, from an architect point of view, this is a very intuitive tool for them to use. Forget about coordinating with some other trade, but the architect like to use it. So they made the right decision. You can see, but we have a very complicated facade scheme, what we call the wireframe. But with the software, you are able to script every special custom corners, like single double glazed panels, right? Back panels, louvers, dummy transoms, right? Custom corner transom. And you see, you have to custom this transom to accommodate a slope. So this transom can always stay horizontal in sections. So all of this you can do without BIM. And this is a cut-through of one floor, large size curtain wall. Again, you can see the projection cut-through of Marian's back panels. But the beauty of the software is that it accurately projection in plan. And you also create a size, dimension sensitive plan, easier for architect to produce a drawing. All these transients are all horizontal. And by using these tools, it makes the architect life easier to produce a drawing and hand over to the domestic consultant. Another example to show you that why when the architect embrace this tool and there's no coming back, they will never look back. Another example is how we patterns the travertine panels in our foyer. So by using BIM, you'll be able to create a cutting plan, right, to compensate the slope and automatically adjusting the roll size. So make sure that all the joints are staying horizontal from north to south. And for some reason, the TV in front of me died off, so I had to look back. Okay, so we put this model in our common platform called Acronis. So all the consultants can access this model and start in their coordination, and they code it off from the detailed design. So now it's for the Malaysian team to adopt BIM. But let's look at time frame again, right? So we started in 2020, but as we open up this ceremony, at that time, in 2016, the BIM adoption rate is only 17%. Even in now, it will probably by 51%. So we kind of in limbo, like, okay, now what? Who's next? It's a little bit difficult because our industry at that time, from the consultant to contractor, they are not quite ready to adopt BIM. So we have a period of no BIM. What are we going to do next? We understand conventionally, you can always say that, well, the contractor will take on board. Let's leave it to the contractor to figure it out. But we probably would do the same. But the only thing different that we actually specify the means and method that we let the contractor to figure out. And we specify BIM in all our NSC, nominated subcontractor contract and main contract, require them to utilize BIM Revit for coordination. So we put that under the contractor's shoulder. And let's see how it works. So Merdeka 118 is a lump sum contract, right? And then the main contractor is Samsung and UEM. They are 60-40 joint venture. It's part of the PMB requirement because they want to the knowledge transfer from international consultant to local, international contractor to local contractor. And the contract setup is like this. We have one main contractor, but we have more than 12 nominated subcontractors. They're mostly MEP, and in every single contract, when we procure them, we ask them to make sure that they include BIM in their quotation and submission. But when we interview during the tender, we ask most of the people that, hey, excuse me, do you have BIM experience? And most of them say, no, but we're going to hire a consultant to help us. But a right decision made by the main contractor is that they realize this will never work. The BIM capacity must come in from the contractor himself. You never outsource this ability to somebody else. The BIM consultant can show you a crash, can detect clashes, but you never give you a solution. You need to have the knowledge. So what has been decided by the main com is that they call up all the NSC, telling them, send your people over here, we train them. They train all the subcontractors, draftmen become a BIM operator, and they started to do their own coordination. In the first 2 years, we sit down with them, with our consultants, going to floor by floor, tray by tray, to make sure that their shop drawing they design, that they produce, is fully coordinated. So this explains the process, that the initial coordination. By the way, the model I showed in the previous slide, we only offer to the contractor for information. They are still responsible to the accuracy of their own model. So we done the first initial coordination, and then you have the combined coordination, the CSD part. And once this is confirmed, every individual service shop drawing will be produced, and they will be implemented on site. A few examples. So this is one of our plant room underneath the tower, very congested. If you look at the CSD drawing, you'll be hard-pressed to believe that this can be done in 2D. But with BIM, you can coordinate with structure, structure steel, district cooling, ACMV, and plumbing, and come up very nicely. Stone cladding, we talk about that. And this is a bit of hiccup between the consultant, right? So let me show you the example. It looks very nice architecturally. However, this is what we show in our structural drawing. Our structural steel frame actually not singing in the same tune with our architectural expression. So we gotta fix it, right? I mean, this is really coming down to the design responsibility. It's a more commercial, contractual issue. But at least with this, sitting down with the architect, consultants, and the contractor, then it's a lot easier for everybody to work out a solution. But even we said the industry were not ready to embrace BIM, but there are two exceptions. That the people were way ahead of everybody else. One of them is the structure steel contractors. So they had done this way before us. So we talk about the outriggers, very complicated. The main reason is that they always happen in the mechanical floor. So if we have the 3-floor outrigger, the bottom two are the sky lobby, and the upper one is the mechanical floor with a lot of services going through. So BIM coordination is a must. And this shows you how complicated the outrigger and bare truss floor is. They are all 3-story high, and going through the slab, connecting to the mega column outside. And this mega column was staged in all the 8 mega columns together. So with this being coordinated, then the structure steel subcontractor will take it to their own takeover model. Everything there become fully automatic. And not even that. you can see that we can break this component to so many sections because we have a limitation. These pieces are very, very heavy. So you also have to decide how big you can carry. And then everybody want to minimize the welding on site, but there's a limitation. You see how big these pieces are? We have 4 tower cranes, the biggest capacity, 60 ton, installed in our site. And this piece alone is 36. The other one, superstar for beam coordination, is the facade NSC. So they had already embraced this long time ago, that they are able to group the facade because every level of facade sustains different wind load. So they designed a different modular type for that. They'll be able to optimize them, group them all together. Every single panel will be able to code it, right? You can send it to aluminum extrusion. Every single panel has their own code. That this made fully automate production possible, and they have done this since 2012. We use it for construction planning, of course, take the advantage of the beam model. And one of the examples is somebody made this by very under the focus of media a few months ago, but it's actually an engineering achievement. So we did that by cutting through and understand how much can be installed on site, how high the tower crane can go, and how heavy that we can lift the tip of the spire into final position. We also utilize beam model to transfer the information for site survey. Every floor we have hundreds and hundreds points to set out for all the services. We also did 3D scan to verify what has been installed on site if we had to make some change on the SBU condition. So based on the SBU 3D, we import it back to our beam model and figure out how to negotiate through with the new services. One other thing, we can use 3D printing. It sounds kindergarten to most of you, but it's very important for the field guy. You can see all these structural steel riggers. They figure out how to ship the piece of the structure element and how to install them on site. So in summary, so this is a long process. It happened coincide with the development of beam implementation in Malaysia. We started from a beam, no beam, and beam again situation. Lesson learned from us, we all see the benefit that beam will enable complex design and construction. And the main driver factor is higher level. But which one is the highest level? My opinion is when you see the benefit of using beam, when you see adopting the technology will improve your business, that is the highest level of decision you need to make. And in the beam, they also bring all parties together, contractors, subcontractors, consultants, architects, and creating an environment for them to work out the solution for the problem encountered on site. And then we understand that beam, it cannot be outsourced. Right? The team had to work together with intensive workshop and training to make it work. So when is the construction's next journey? When are we going to see a fully coordinated design from the consultants and they pass on to the contractors? So in the future, we have a no claim, no RFI, no tell me what to do situation, and all the project will be able to finish in time within the budget because the budget is coming also from the BIM model. Am I asking too much? I think that's for everybody in this room to work together in the very near future. With that, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. CJ Chen, the Country Manager and Project Director for Turner International Malaysia's Berhad. Merdeka 118, what an iconic building. We are still in awe, so of course we're looking forward to see the building up close soon. Ladies and gentlemen, coming right up is a forum on the topic of National Beam E-Submission, Accelerating Technology Adoption for Competitive Advantage. But before that, as we give some time for our crew to set up the stage seating for this forum, I have a couple of announcements I would like to share with everyone. For our HRDC participants, to sort out your attendance before lunch. And of course, for those of you who are looking for eligibility for the CCD and CPD points, don't forget to clock in at the mentioned checkpoints. And other than that, we also have a series of 4 other talks coming up after lunch and networking. So the reason why a lot of focus is being given on National Beam E-Submission is because, other than the official launch that we witnessed earlier on this morning, this is expected to be a game changer. It's not just an upgrade, and it's a digital revolution that is set to turbocharge the building and construction industry. So just imagine all our brilliant architects, engineers, contractors, everyone in the construction machinery able to digitally submit their building information modeling data. So it's not just about convenience, it's a shift that's going to make everything faster, smoother, and ultra accurate. So moderating this forum is none other than our own organizer, the Chief Executive Officer of CIDB Construct Services, Berhad, Technologist Rafizlan Ahmad, and joining him on stage will be our 3 esteemed panelists, yang berusaha Dr. Haji Nazman Mustafa, all the way from Kulim Kedah. He's the Yang Dipertua for Majlis Perbandaran Kulim Kedah. Panel number 2, Architect Gary Y. Chung Wong, the Associate Professor, Industry from University Malaya, and Mr. Roslan Izhar Abdul Karim, the Chief Operating Officer, once again on stage from CIDB Construct Services, Berhad. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a round of applause. And as we witness this next forum on the National Beam E-Submission to accelerate technology adoption and to have a competitive advantage in the construction industry. So whenever you're ready, Technologist Rafizlan, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Our master ceremony, Zaliha. Okay. Today actually is bidang terjun sebenarnya ya. Jadi moderator today. So okay. Here today I want to. I've been given a task to facilitate as a discussion and ensure that conversation on this topic is remain focused, and we have a gather panels of experts who have intensive knowledge and experience in the field of building information modeling and National Beam E-Submission. So let me introduce our panels. On my left is Dr. Haji Nazman Mustafa. He is President of the Kulim Municipal Council, he is directly involved in the development of planning of Kulim High Tech. Boleh cakap gitu? He ensured that development approval at the local authority level could be done in a short period of time. This is due to the most of the projects were done using BIM and fast track projects. And the panelist number 2 is Architect Wong Wai Chun, or Mr. Gary, my long friends. He's a partner of Total Beam Consultants and also associate professor in bracket industry for University Malaya. Have involved many projects, residential, commercial infrastructure on BIM projects, while on the far left me is Encik Roslan Izhar. He's a COO, CIDB Construct Services Berhad. He is directly involved in the system development of this running the pilot test on the NBES. So let me talk about a little bit background on NBES. National Beam E-Submission, or NBES, initiative is Malaysia to aim to improve the country ranking in the ease of doing business, a measure by World Bank data. NBES is an automated process that involves submitting building plans to local authority in a digital format using 3D building information modeling. The primary objective of implementing NBES is to enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of the local authority and fire and rescue department or bomber in checking the building plans accordance to Universal Building Bylaw. By leveraging BIM technology, the submission and processing of permission planning application can be streamlined and expedited. So, for my first question, maybe I would ask Encik Roslan. So, can you share the successful and challenges during facing the pilot project conducted with the local authority? So, how were these challenges overcome?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, the success factor for this NBES implementation is we have a full support from the local authority and the principal 17% involved in this project through our series of workshops, meetings and discussion. Okay, to measure our achievement, we engage a third-party consultant, UK Pakar Runding, to measure to do a pool for research, do a pool for effective and best pilot project, and we receive a 92% of the pool. Okay. For the biggest challenge for this NBES is a BIM adoption. The rate, we start this project on 2017. The BIM adoption rate in that year is about 17%, and readiness of the PSP and also local authority is too low. We have two main points here. First is readiness in terms of the adopting a new technology. Adopting new technology requires training for upskilling. Number two is for investment for software and hardware. And to overcome these issues, we arranged a series of training for PSP, and to overcome the issue on the hardware and software, we offer our facilities nationwide, maybe satellite, to make sure the PSP can doing the modeling the projects. Thank you.
Okay, Gary, you see, you are an architect. You also a submitting person.
Sure.
Involved in most of the projects and using BIM. So, do you have PAM members?
Yes, I'm a
Okay.
registered architect, yes.
So, how can you, is it, as a PSP, how can we convince the PSP to use BIM and some more, maybe, NBES, they have their own platform. So, do you think, how we can change the industry through, because it's all must be started from architect, isn't it? And they as a PSP, so is it any chance that PAM can adopt this NBES?
Well, I think, in my own opinion, I mean, as a practitioner for over 30 years, right? I feel that the technology is actually, progresses very, very fast. I remember the days when when I graduated, we were doing it manually. Now, I mean, back in the 1990s, mid-1990s, from manual drawings to 2D CAD, and in 2008, from 2D CAD to 3D CAD. I mean, currently, like I'm in university, most students are actually designing in 3D. So for adoption in the practitioners, architects, they are already doing 3D. It's just that what kind of tools that they are using. So I think it's just natural progression as technology grows. Architects will need to invest in the proper software to achieve all these necessary technology to help them in the design work, construction work, and submission, NBAS submission is just can becomes very easy, natural process. Part of the work process the architect will go through, and I think like the 2D submission plans should be totally abolished. Because why do we need to do that? A lot of resources are required just to produce a 2D plan, to print out, and to submit it to the local authority, whereby if NBAS can provide a 3D visual to the local authority, that will definitely help the local authority to understand the design, like, you know, just by moving the model. The old way of reading 2D CAD's plan, section, elevation, I think is too laborious, honestly. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Nazman. Today you are the representative of all the municipal, I can say today. Okay. Actually, we haven't started yet with Kulim.
Yes.
But we've been told that the Kulim High-Tech, most of the factory over there, and today, this morning, Dato' Asri said that in 2021, is around 30 billion?
50 over million.
50 over billion investor came there and built factory, and in 2022 is 15. Yeah, 15 billion. So, if you as a municipal over there, then you have received many, they submit, their PSP is submitting all the drawings, maybe using conventional way. And I've been told that by using NBAS, they can shorten the period because there are no interference of man during the checking of the system. Checking of the drawing. But by using NBAS, the system itself will auto-checking, and based on that, they will check through under Universal Building Bylaw. So, my question is, actually the municipal sana, how long it took actually manually you have to checking on the drawings, and how this NBAS can help you?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rafizlan. As Mr. Gary mentioned just now, actually what we call in the chain reaction in approving a building plan, finally it will go to the local authority. So based on OAC, which we are implementing right now, is going to take about 50 days to approve the plan. Actually, for investor or for the business community, 50 days is quite long, because they are always thinking about, you know, if they can expedite their project as soon as possible. This is very material for the business community. That's why we are very encouraged when CIDB introduced BIM to the Kulim Municipal Council. Actually, we have been talking about BIM years ago, but it didn't come to the reality. When CIDB approached us, we think that this is the time. So we have no knowledge at all about BIMs and how it's going to work. But when CIDB introduced NBAS, I think this is the best tool to have local authority to verify the plan and finally to approve the plan to get the project taken place as soon as possible. For Kulim, actually, we had already introduced what we call E10. E10 is Express Construction Permit, where the PSP is encouraged to have pre-consultation with municipal council, and we try to sort any outstanding issues about the rules and regulation. Each party has to understand each other. After the full understanding between the PSP and local council, after the submission, we can allow contractors to start to commence their work as soon as possible. Even if they want to start their construction work by tomorrow, I also allow them to start their piling work. You know why? Because under UBBL, Uniform Building Bylaw, it's not YDP to approve the plan, to approve the CCC. It's all under Mr. Gary. Why should I worry? Why should I worry? If you're ready to take all responsibility to ensure that the building will be, the construction will follow all the rules and regulations, I will allow you to start your piling work by tomorrow. This is all your responsibility. It's not me. Even at the CCC stage also, PSP has to collect all the G1 till to G21. They have to collect all the form from the various technical agencies, just deposit to the OAC. Then we can issue CCC. So I always believe that we can have a kind of collaboration. That's why under E10 we call it effective interaction between investor and the government to ensure that the project can be operated within their timeline. That's why when the investor come to me to say that I'm going to do our project in Kulim, I will ask them, what is your timeline? If you say that you need 24 months to complete the construction process, so we try our best to accommodate, to facilitate that the project can be completely constructed within the timeline. Even we have tested this approach to a few projects, then actually it can be done. But the most important thing is first, what we call the competency of the consultant, and also the competency of the contractor. We found that some project, they have conflict between PSP and the contractor. It's also one of the factors where the project is delayed. That's why we need the competent consultant and also the competent contractor, and these two parties will be facilitated by the government, especially by the local authority. So this is what we did in Kulim. Then we found that by introducing NBES, it's going to help us to expedite the thing and to avoid human, what we call the human error, by verifying all this plan. And also we try to uphold what we call the integrity initiative, try to avoid any unnecessary issues related to the integrity element. So by doing this, I think it's going to benefit both parties, win-win approach between the government and also the investment or business community. This is what we did in Kulim, and that's why when CIDB introduced NBES, I don't think twice, so I take it immediately. So we also have our team here. They are going to go through all the training by tomorrow, and we will start as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. So no more red tapes. Yeah? Very fast. Then PSP memang suka dengar ni.
But they also have to be very competent. Otherwise it's not going to work.
Okay. On that basis, my next question will be to Roslan because he's involved directly in developing this NBES. Maybe you can provide an insight into the type of engine developed within the NBES system, such as a report generate, 3D rendering, a rule set management maybe, and how do these engines streamline to the submitting process?
Thank you, Encik Rosfiz. Okay, for NBES we have three main engine. First is we call it NBES Viewer. It's a single platform. The purpose this engine is to view back the 3D model after we export it to the IFC. Okay, and at the same time, the features of the engine also, the 3D, the NBES Viewer also, it can locate the failed elements after the process of checking. So this was 3D NBES 3D Viewer. Second one is rule set management. It's a we set all the parameters into the rule set management so that the engine will check based on parameter defined, and the result will come out based on parameters. Okay. The third one is reporting. We generate it and we can show it into our dashboard. Thank you.
So Gary, you also involved during development as a advisory, as a submitting person, because the developer don't know the process and you as advice. So my next question is to you. What are the critical features of an open beam technology used in the NBES system? How does it support collaboration and information sharing among the stakeholders?
Well, I think the questions regarding this system, I think most important is that when we design, as an architect, we should be designed with compliance. So, because our liability is at stake, like Doctor mentioned here just now. So we are liable from the day that we design and all the way until like the building is constructed and how many years down the road. So to make sure that the system works, there must be some form of a way that the architect model for compliance. So what I mean by model for compliance is that the rule set is important. So to make sure that when we model, there must be some form of standardization in terms of setting the parameters, right? So the parameters that we normally do set in the system itself, whichever platform that we use, say we use Revit or use ArchiCAD, there must be a way of, for the architects to make sure that the parameters that we put in is standardized. Otherwise, the system wouldn't be able to read the results, right? So when I started working with Rafizlan and also with Encik Roslan here, so the first thing that we explain it to the team is that the UBBL has to be broken down into what kind of local council compliance, what are they looking at, okay? So just an example, right? Like when you design a staircase, there is a certain minimal requirements in terms of the stair tread dimension and the stair rises dimension. So those things have to be incorporated when you do your modeling. And the system must be able to find these parameters, this dimension. So setting parameters to read this need to be standardized. So we use OpenBeam. OpenBeam allows for any software that can be saved in an OpenBeam format. So when NBES is designed with an open
Can you
beam.
elaborate more on open beam? Because we don't have any topic these 2 days about open beam.
Okay, all right, sure. So basically, the architects need to have a standard template to be developed so that in any platform, the architect, when they model it, they make sure the parameters are set correctly. By doing so, the system will be able to pick up all the necessary rule sets and test it to make sure it complies. So that is the essence of our NBES system. Thank you.
So I think I have only one last question because they already put time for me. So last question to Doctor lah. Do you think, or what do you think that whether is submitting person at your place there, over there, and when they submit this using NBES later on, is it require any new fees, or maybe it's a, because everyone who PSP who submit the drawings, they have a fee dikenakan. So if we are using this NBES, so any idea on maybe can comment first on this?
I think he's looking for the incentive. For the time being, I do not have any idea about it. Yeah, when we introduce something new, there are always motivation to get incentive, all those things.
Maybe a green lane, very fast.
Okay. In terms of green lane, actually, every lane in Kulim is a green lane. Yes, every lane. You know why? Because actually we don't have time to delay everything, because investors have their timeline to start their operation. That's why we monitor every project listed under E10 initiative every week. Then we have to follow closely their progress, because we do not want to have any problem towards the end of the project. That's why sometimes we have to chase PSP. Before this, PSP is always chasing authority to get approval, but now we are chasing them. We ask them why you cannot submit this plan within the stipulated timeline. So that's why I talking about the competency about each other. You know, both parties must be very competent in these issues. Because we found that sometimes PSP also have problem. They don't really understand probably they are pretended to not understand. Then sometimes they put a wrong impression on the authority. This is what we face. Then we hope that if we really want to make things happen and successfully happen, every party has to be very sincere and doing all these things honestly. That's why in Kulim we try to get all this understanding. We know everyone have their own interests. We also have our own interests, because we want to collect our tax as soon as possible, and the business community also has to get their ROI as soon as possible. So we have to get good interaction and try to accommodate the needs of each other. I think if we are talking about fast lane or any lane, it can be discussed actually, because for time being there is no what we call the hurdles or a stumbling block in Kulim. I know it's not perfect approach. There are issues, there are problems that we have to settle, to sort out. But That is normal for every process. If you do, you also have problem. If you don't do it, also you have problem. So this is your choice, whether you want to do it or not. So when it comes to NBES, I think we should start. Even if we start using NBES also, I think there must be a problem. Then we have to sort out the problem. If you do not use NBES also, we are going to have a problem. So we can choose whether we want to have a good problem or we want to have a bad problem. This is our choice. So this is my comment. And in terms of adopting technologies, we fully understand that now we are living in what they call a disruptive technologies. If we do not adopt technologies, I don't think we are going to be competitive enough for the future. And I always believe the future of government is digital. So we have to move toward this. Thank you.
Okay. So I think that's all the time that we have today. So I would like to thank to Dr. Nazman, Architect Gary, and Encik Roslan on this fruitful discussion on NBES. However, any participant who want to know more on technicality of NBES, maybe you can see after this Encik Roslan or Mr. Gary.
Sure.
On the, because they are really involved in the development of this NBES. So I pass back to Zaleha.
Thank you very much, Technologies of Islam. We would like to request our moderator and our speakers to make their way in front of the table. And for that, I would like to invite Encik Nur Iskandar Zulkifli, the General Manager for Technology and Innovation, CIDB Malaysia, to be on stage to present some tokens of appreciation to our moderator and panel speakers. And of course, our earlier panelists earlier on who gave their talks at the earlier part of the morning. So if we can have Encik Nur Iskandar on stage. So if our moderator and panelists can stand in front of the coffee table for our tokens of appreciation presentation. Starting the roll, we'd like to invite Encik Roslan Ezar Abdul Karim, our CEO of CIDB E-Construct Services. And also architect Gary Y. Chung Wong, Associate Professor of Industry from University Malaya. Thank you very much, Architect Gary. Of course, I think our participants are looking forward to hearing more from you during the lunch and networking session. And of course, special thank you to Yang Berusaha Dr. Haji Nazman Mustafa yang di-Pertua Majlis Perbandaran Kulim Kedah. I think if we had more time, he would have been a lot more fiery, Doctor. Thank you so much for joining us at KL BIMDE 2023. I'm sure your participation will be extended to our next events. A round of applause to our panel speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, to our organizer, who is also the moderator for today, Technologies Rafizlan Ahmad, our CEO of CIDB E-Construct Services, Nam Berhad. It's been a really fruitful session for everyone. Starting yesterday, we have an amazing series of talks. And coming right up, we still have 4 more presentations by a list of renowned speakers who will be joining us after the lunch and networking session. And of course, a lot of excitement is buzzing around NBES, where a lot of game-changing technology are expected to take place. And of course, everything is about convenience and cutting-edge technology nowadays. So it is indeed a good news for everyone in the industry. All right, so with the earlier presentation that was done earlier before the official opening ceremony, once again we would like to invite Mr. Roslan Izhar, who did the opening talk this morning, to receive his token of appreciation. Mr. Roslan Izhar is our Chief Operating Officer who did the National Beam Submission Initiative in the morning. And also followed by, I know our architect Hussam has left to another location, but we will be inviting his representative. Do we have the representative for architect Hussam Abdul Fattah Harun? Okay, Architect Gary will be the one receiving it on his behalf. Architect Gary, if you could do the honors of receiving this on behalf of Architect Hussam, who also gave a talk on National BEAM e-submission and VEST initiative this morning. And we also have Mr. Muhammad Shukri Harun, the one who was here this morning talking about, yes, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Muhammad Shukri Harun, Assistant Vice President for PNB Merdeka Ventures Nemberhad, who gave an in-depth and really astounding footage of history of Merdeka 118. Mr. Shukri, a lot of race tower participants are asking, is there an event for us to climb up by stairs at Merdeka 118? And after Mr. Muhammad Shukri's presentation, please welcome Mr. CJ Chen, Country Manager and Project Director of Turner International Malaysia Sendirian Berhad, who gave us an in-depth look into beam adaptation and challenges with regard to this iconic building. All right, and do we have one more token of appreciation for our moderator? Okay, with that, let's have a group photo. With this after this presentation of token of appreciation, Technologies Rafizlan, ladies and gentlemen, has worked tirelessly around the clock. He was here until 11 o'clock last night to ensure smooth flowing ceremony for everyone. Let's give him a round of applause. The CEO of CIWE Construct Services Nemberhad. And with that, if we can just have 2 more minutes of all our dignitaries on stage for a group photo for our camera crew. So coming right up after lunch and networking, we have a lot of interesting topics, all BEAM related. We have Mr. Lee An Wei from MCC Overseas Malaysia's Nemberhad. We have Mr. Prabhanjan Balarao talking about BEAM for infrastructure. What impact will AI have in BEAM? That is with Insigne Ronan Collins. And is digital adoption really difficult? Debunking the myth. Wow, okay, this is from Mr. Oliver Roche from Real Project Management's Nemberhad. Thank you so much, guest speakers and our moderator. We are ready to have our lunch and networking session. Please be here at 2:10 p.m. sharp, as our next presentation will start at 2:15 p.m. And don't forget, to all our participants who are linked to the HRDC attendance, please sort out your attendance at the sign-in counter. And for those of you who are seeking for eligibility for your CCD and CPD points, please clock in at the checkpoints mentioned earlier on. Thank you. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, if you look at the large screen at the main stage here, there's a QR code, and that is for all our participants, all of you, to quickly scan and fill up the feedback form. And as we go along later today, there's going to be another session where we will have poll questions. But as of now, for this QR code, we would like you to kindly scan them and provide your input with regard to the feedback on how you think KL BIM Day 2023 has been so far. And once again, for those of you who registered to this program via HRDC, please take some time to go to their counter for your registration under HRDC. And for those of you who are still eligible for your CCD and CPD points, don't forget to remember your clock-in time. Another presentations that were done yesterday and today are viewable on the virtual platform, and I believe everyone has been given the access to the platform upon registration. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be starting in 5 minutes. So for those of you who are still outside, we would like to request that you kindly make your way into the hall. And for those of you who have just joined us, this large QR code on the main screen, we would like you guys to please have a quick scan of it, and we require your input or your feedback on how KL BIM Day 2023 has been, and of course any improvements that could be exercised for further improvements of the event. We'll be starting in, well, 3 minutes actually. So one more announcement for those of you who are still outside to kindly make your way into the hall. Okay, we are starting in 1 minute as we give some time to our delegates who just made it into the hall. And for those of you who have just arrived, welcome to KL BIM Day 2023. Welcome back. We've had a very successful launch this morning, and we are ready to commence the next set of presentations. And for those of you who have just arrived, don't forget to scan the QR code right up front here at the main stage. And this is the feedback form that requires everyone's input and feedback on how the event has been. All right, so we are ready to begin our next session. A very interesting topic of entering the era of intelligent construction. Please give a round of applause to welcome the Vice President of Bright Dream Robotics, Mr. Robin Lee.
Thank you. I hope that it won't be too sleepy right now, after the launch in the afternoon. Try to be more interesting. I am Robin Ling from Bright Dream Robotics, and we are specialized in construction robotics and also digital products as well, like BIM products. And I'd like to share a little bit of our latest development of the BIM plus construction robots. And I hope if you have any questions, we would like to discuss as well. First of all, why construction robots? Is it necessary or what? As we understand that the global construction industry has always been continuing increasing in the past several years. And according to the research report, the market is expected to reach like 16,600.18 billion in 2025. And the Asia Pacific was especially the largest region in the global construction market, and accounting for 42% of the market in 2020. So construction is definitely a very huge market. However, the construction workers or the situation of the construction site is not so much fascinating. Especially, there are several pains or key points that may still need transformation or upgrading. For example, the labor productivity in construction industry is quite low. And according to some research, construction industry basically ranks at the bottom of the digitalization among all the industries. And environmental, not so much in construction industry as well. And safety issues has always a big issue. And also the shortage of employment has been becoming a much bigger and bigger problems, especially in China. I'm not sure about Malaysia, but in China, I have figures that shows last year in 2022, the number of construction workers has declined like 3.2 million. That's a shortage. And the original construction workers, existing construction workers are becoming older. However, young people are reluctant to go into this construction site to do the construction work. So something has to be done. And based on the latest development of the technology, like AI, like IoT, things has been making it possible for us to make construction robots become feasible and possible. And we have been focusing on research and development of the construction robots since 2018. And I think we have do something I'd like to share with you. Currently, we actually have developed 50 types of robots, and among which 28 types of robots have been opened to the market. Basically, it covers the main process of the construction of a house. For example, the main structure, the secondary structure, mechatronic installation, decoration, basement, exterior wall, gardening, etc. And we have worked in 31 provinces in China and in more than 650 projects. That's for actual work, actual business work. And we have covered more than 10 million square meters construction area. Apart from our own internal contractors, we also work with MCC, China State Construction Enterprises, and also CRCDG, things like that. And how can construction robots help? I'm not sure if many of you have seen the robots outside. Luckily, we brought 3 types of robots here, but I will show you a series of robots we've got here. First of all, we can use robots in concrete work. For example, we have the cement or concrete placing robot, distribution robot, and the leveling robot, and also the polishing robot as well. Main advantage of this is that it can reach good quality. Like the concrete can be formed in one time and less cracking and holding. And the rate of resumption will be much lower than the traditional work style. And the high precision ground may be reached. Save also the motor leveling layer structure. So we will save, with a good quality, we can also save some of the materials as well. And as you can see that at the right bottom of the window, of the screen, is a traditional way of working. And you will need several construction workers to go together with the distribution and the leveling things. And together with the construction robots, we can save more labors. For example, we use the multi-robot linkage, we can save as much as 28% of the workers. For example, save secondary leveling layer construction, use the follow-up distribution, we can save 2 distribution workers. And use the automatic distribution style, we can save 1 leveling worker as well. And in together, they will be more efficient. The ground smoothing robot or leveling robot will be basically 40% faster than the traditional work style. And in concrete finishing work, it will be much more environmental. We have the grinding or polishing robot for the ceiling and also for the walls. And you can see the traditional work style. The environment is quite damaging. It's a lot of dust, and the worker has to climb very high, and it's quite dangerous to them as well. So by using those grinding or polishing robots, we can actually, when polishing, we can also collect the dust at the same time. So the environment will be much more friendly. And also, basically, you don't have to arrange one worker get inside too much. So it will be reduce the environmental pollution and also reduce the harm to the workers. Regarding to the efficiency, it will be 2 times more efficient than traditional workers to do that. And of course, not to mention save the laborers as well. Regarding the indoor coating work, we have coating skimming robots the internal, also the grinding robot, and also the internal spraying robot, painting robot. And you can see the traditional work, you have to wear masks or things like that to protect themselves from those, the paints, because most of the time it's quite dangerous and also very harmful to their health. And now we have those robots can reduce the paint dust, because it will save a lot of the dust by calculating very accurately and work very accurately. And also reduce the harm to workers, because in most cases the workers does not have to be involved in the, in the middle of the work, or to a very, very low degree. And efficiency, regarding efficiency, our internal painting spraying robot, for example, we can cover basically like 90% to even 100% of the room. So it will be also like 1.5 times to 4 times more efficient than traditional workers. It will save a lot of work and also save a lot of the money as well. And because the construction robots can work very consistently, so it will be able to ensure that the quality will be good and consistent as well. And we also have indoor wall and floor tile work. Some of you may have seen that we have a floor tile robot just outside demonstrating. Unfortunately, because of the condition here, we cannot work as it in a real situation. You can see the picture, see the video, is that this is our latest version of CS80. This floor tile robot actually works very fast, and basically you can work 15 seconds per tile, much faster, 6 times faster than the traditional worker style. And also the wall tile, we can also use the construction robots to handle the work, and will be 3 times faster than the traditional worker style. And also, because our construction robots can use automatic gluing and paving tiles, so it will reduce labor intensiveness and reduce harm to workers as well. And regarding the floor work, you can see we have the floor grinding robot and also the floor paint coating robot. You can see in the traditional working style, the environment is very dangerous. A lot of dusty for the grinding part. You can barely see the worker inside of it, and they have to wear masks as well. And regarding the floor paint coating, basically the paint was quite dangerous to the workers as well. And also the way, the gesture they are doing this is also very tiring. And when we use the construction robots to do the work, first of all, for example, the grinding, when we grind the floor, the robot can collect the dust at the same time when they grind it. So the whole environment will be much more cleaner and less dust. And also, because the worker is not necessarily required to be involved too much in the process. So it will be much more healthy to them as well, and reduce the harm to the workers. And also the efficiency is quite good. For example, the floor grinding robot, we can work 300 square meters per hour. And the floor paint coating robot can work 111 square meters per hour. And we can save from 50% to 80% of the workers. And here is our exterior wall painting work. Actually, in China, there's statistics saying that 50% of the accidents in the construction industry causes by falling from high. Because originally, you can see the picture downstairs. The workers have to stand inside like a hoist or something to do the work to the high, from very high, and it's very dangerous. It's not so stable, and when it comes to some wind or rain, it will be easily to drop from there, and it will be a very dangerous situation. And now we can use our construction robot to do the painting from outside of the building. and it can go very fast, like 3 to 5 times more. Actually, it can cover, our robot can cover like as tall as 100 meters, and his arms can reach like 5 meters in width. So the efficiency is much better than the traditional work. And also, because of its accurate spraying, it can reach a very good quality as well. So I think that it will be much safer to reduce the high altitude risk, to reduce the risks of the workers to falling from high. And that's a very important issue here. And because we have a BIM day today here, so I got a question here, like how can BIM and construction robots work together? Actually, to put it simply, like BIM can provide information to robot. For example, the sizes, the mapping, the data the robots need to do the work. And also, on the other hand, when the construction robot do the job, it will also generate feedback of the data, how they do it, and how much work they've done, how much material have been exhausted. This information will be reflected to the system and also can make the BIM more accurate to reflect the actual situation here. And we have been working on the BIM plus construction robot solution. In China, the government has been promoting the intelligent or smart construction program. And we are working on the smart or intelligent construction commander system. By this system, we combine BIM system, fleet manager systems. This is to control the robots and also the construction site management system. And we can see this from this flow chart is that firstly, we can integrate the BIM model and then to use the cloud computing to obtain the engineering quantity and also material quantity so that we will know, and also the construction robot can know how much material they will need. And it will connect with the material acceptance and warehousing using the WMS, the warehouse management system, and to check the inventory, then to make the construction plan layout. And after that, it will issue the construction work order, like the people, materials, and machinery, so that robot construction will receive the task to carry out work. And after they finish the work, they will use the work order material requisition. They will transport the material and also to feedback the information about the work, get back to the system. So you will have the chance to execute the construction real time or monitoring the whole process in real time. And it will feedback the work order, also the material usage, the robot data, things like that. It will go back to the system. So in that case, we also have the chance to check the quality in a very time limit. And to further illustrate it, for example, we will build, this is an example of the construction using the, I think it's a decoration part. So we will first build the decoration model through a data standard system and provide accurate spatial information for construction robots so that the robots can understand the space, how it's where to go, and how much work should be done. And we will upload the decoration model to carry out online analysis, BIM collaborative platform, to match the data and to provide accurate data information for the robots. And based on the BIM model, we use the cloud calculation and to generate the component level bill of quantities and the material quantities to connect it with the downstream system to effectively support the robot construction requisition. And based on the published integrated model, we'll carry out a model association to associate components, component quantities and material quantities with the task work order through the process. So that the robot construction work order as a carrier, so we can realize the closed loop management of the robot construction according to the plan, work order distribution, work order feedback, and automatic data acquisition. And the material management system is based on the online management of the whole process of the materials through the analysis of material planning, purchase requisition, order, warehousing, collection and use. We will realize the closed loop management of robot construction material business. And the FMS robot scheduling system will be used to realize the multi-robot scheduling. So several robots can work together at the same time. And the BIM visualization board is used to present the real-time feedback of the robot work order execution, robot working status, and the robot workspace position. So you will clearly understand that what they were doing, how many robots are working, and what kind of a situation they are at. You can see from the right picture is that some pink spots are the actual space, actual position of our robots. And there are some information regarding what's the status of the robots and what they are at which floor, and also what kind of work they are doing right now. And I would like to share some typical cases of this BIM plus construction robot solution. First one is this Fengtong Huayuan, Fengtong Garden project. This one is basically the first batch of the first type of construction project that's been using bunches of construction robots, probably in the whole world. And this is the first batch of the China's construction ministry's intelligent construction demonstration projects. And also we have the two expansions and practice selected as the list of intelligence construction. So in this project, basically, we have like more than 10 types of construction robots being used in this project. And it has been successfully delivered to our employer, to our. And this one is in May 2021. This is a Guangzhou Baiwing Station project. This is the Guangzhou Baiwing Station is a railway station. So you can see that our concrete robots have been working in this project. And there are several traditional workers working together with our robots and saves a lot of the workers. And as you can see, the distribution robot is quite easy for the traditional worker to control. It's very easy for them to learn, and they can also save traditional workers. And in 2002, we have done some experimental projects. For example, in March, we have a project using the collaborative construction of multiple robots at the same floor, as well as cross different floors. So we use reach the speed of 2 floors a day. That's when we're doing some decoration, indoor decoration. And also, in April 2022, we have a project that has achieved, tried like 24 hours working without rest. Of course, I mean the robot does not rest, but the people will have 2 shifts. And in doing so, a single building, which is as tall as 19 floors, was completed the decoration within 14 days. This is a very fast speed. And recently, in February 2023, we have an in-store spraying robot, which was also demonstrated here at the exhibition. It was applied in a public housing project in Hong Kong for the first time. And it finished the spraying of the wall and ceiling within like 15 to 20 minutes. And automatic work basically covered more than 90%, which is very stable, suitable for the standard, and also very suitable for those repeated and large quantity of public housing projects. it was given, the quotation was from the Housing Authority of Hong Kong. And in March 2023, we have a residential housing project in Changsha. We use the intelligent follow-up concrete placing robot and also concrete floor screening robot in the main structure stage. Basically, we use the 4 workers plus robots together. In comparison, we will need 12 workers to do the same work traditionally. So it will save a lot of the workers at this project. And I have to say that Bright Dream Robotics have been the first to have been spent a lot of time research and development of the robots and also been applying those robots. I have to say that we have been using the robots in many projects in actual situation. So we can summarize that by combining the BIM and the construction robots, we can reach values, many of the values. For example, it's definitely much safer. Especially, for example, the exterior wall spring robot can replace the manual working lift. And also, it's more efficient. Most of the construction robots can work much faster than the traditional workers. And it can ensure better quality because the robots can make sure the performance has been very consistent. And also, we also have some quality check robots to make sure that the quality issue or defects will be clearly find out and also be corrected. The fourth is that it will be more environmental. We will have the construction robots will collect the dust when grinding, and also we have some particular product to recycle the pollution and also the wastes in the construction site. And last but not least, we solve the labor shortage issues because by working together with the construction robots, traditional workers don't have to be involved in very dangerous positions and will be more dignified. And in that way, we can also absorb young people to join the construction site. And in Malaysia, we actually recently working with MCC Malaysia and also Southern Score to work together in a construction project regarding the residential houses. And I can see that we will have more chances, and I'd love to work with our friends and colleagues in Malaysia in the construction industry. And we hope that we can work together to make the construction industry a better place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Robin Lee, the Vice President of Bright Dream Robotics. That was a very interesting presentation. Thank you so much. And coming right up, we're going to be knowing more about BIM for infrastructure. And if our speaker is ready, please welcome the Technical Support Lead, Navi from Mumbai, Midas Research and Development Private Limited. Please welcome Mr. Prabhanjan Balarao.
Okay, hello and good afternoon, everyone. We have had a wonderful lunch, isn't it? And now again, this is the second half of the day, right? So, all right. My name is Prabhanjan, and I am from Midas IT, India. So we are basically here to present for one of the topics which we are already aware of, but we need to also focus some of the insights for this. So we have also had opportunity to understand some of the greatest speeches so far. And we'd like to thank CIDB Malaysia, Ministry of Works, Government of Malaysia to organizing such a beautiful event and also inviting us to be a part of this. So for today, we would be having a quick glimpse or a quick discussion about BIM for infrastructure. And the content really would be Okay, so first, quick introduction about what I have been through, the BIM journey which I have been through. Next, what I have achieved so far with the help of BIM in buildings. Next, infrastructure and a glimpse of its importance. And later on, we'll just understand few things about BIM for infrastructure. So we all are aware that BIM has been implemented quite extensively for the vertical infrastructure, or what we call as buildings, right? So now we would also be understanding about the horizontal infrastructure. So that would be something which we would be looking forward in the coming slides. So first, when I say about introduction of myself, so I am basically a civil engineer, and I have had an experience of around 9 years working in the BIM industry. And amongst these 9 years of journey of mine, I have had an opportunity to work with several typologies of BIM. So these typologies mainly include BIM for healthcare, BIM for special structures, commercial structures, and also some of the residential structures. So you might be aware that the first image from the left, if we look at the first image, we would simply understand that this was one of a cluster-based hospital project. This was a project which was based in KSA region, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and we have been working for this particular project as BIM coordinators, and we were grateful to work for the services such as architecture, MEP, and also the firefighting services. So in this project, basically it was since it was a cluster-based hospital project, there were certain regulations which we had to follow. And we had to coordinate with the team which was based in KSA. And we were working as the production team which was based in India, Mumbai. So there were certain things which we had encountered in this particular project, wherein we have to understand the laws for the KSA region, we had to abide by the developments, or we had to constantly understand about the meetings or the on-site activities with the help of the coordination. So we used to have the deliverables made. So collectively, this was one of the projects wherein we would have had an opportunity to work with several type of engineers, let's say, or all the stakeholders basically who are involved in this particular type. We had an opportunity to work with some of the consultants which were based in US, some of them were based in Europe as well. So apart from this, I've also been fortunate enough to work on some of the special structures such as airport terminal building. So the second image, can anyone guess which terminal this might be? Okay, so I'll just give a quick hint. This is basically the terminal for San Francisco Airport, Terminal 3, and we were appointed as BIM consultants for this particular project. As you can see, the building itself was a semicircle. So there were quite a challenges which we had to encounter while working on this particular project. Since the structure was a semicircle and there were concourse, there were levels, and all the services had to be precisely modeled, wherein the MEP services, the architecture, and the structural model were directly provided to us. So in this particular project, we were only working for the MEP services. So again, there were certain challenges we had to encounter at this particular project. But yeah, with the help of BIM, with the help of 3D modeling, and also streamlined coordination, we were able to do it very effectively. Now the next image, the third image, I think all of us are aware of this particular structure, right? This is the headquarters for one of our beloved tech giant, which is Apple, Cupertino, California, in the United States. So as the project itself was being called as the spaceship project, and this was amongst the projects which were, I could say, that amongst the dreams of Mr. Steve Jobs. And this project, again, was with a shape of a spaceship. And it had a design which was below the ground and above the ground as well. So since this being the global headquarters for Apple Inc., there were the precision level which we had to work on was like quite ample of it. And this was in the initial days where even I was able to understand BIM, how it works and how all the issues, the on-site issues happen, and how we have to streamlinely coordinate with all the issues which we have to understand at an early stage. And apart from this particular project was also modeled or created with the help of different deliverables. So the deliverables usually include, at those times, I believe it was 2015 or 16 back then, and we had to provide the deliverables in the forms of 3D PDFs, or again, the Revit models. But also, another challenge was, there was a certain requirement where we had to provide the deliverables in the 2D AutoCAD files as well. So that was something which kind of was a difficulty which we had occurred at that time, because creating the so yes, the models in AutoCAD also were in 3D. So we had to convey those models, we had to create our deliverables and those things, and it had to be streamlinedly conveyed to the coordinators. So that was one. And lastly, about the residential. So also about residential, so I've had certain opportunities to work for projects for high-rise. So these were mainly included in the projects such as Runwal, one of the developers there in India. So some of the developers such as Lodha Infrastructure. So these were high-rise, which were mainly including 56 to 60 floors of levels. And it included all of the MEP modeling, the firefighting modeling, and also in this particular project, we were appointed as the complete BIM consultant. We had to also gather all the details from the stakeholders, we had to convey with the consultants, and this was something which was, again, difficult, wherein adopting BIM, we all know that BIM has been adopted quite well for the vertical infrastructure or the buildings part. But again, there are two sides. While adopting BIM, there are certain challenges, there are certain difficulties which we encounter, wherein certain stakeholders, certain consultants, they are usually aware of using 3D modeling. But some of them, on the contrary, are unaware, or let's say reluctant to adapt to some of the changes, wherein the traditional 2D methods to create the deliverables are much easier rather than creating the 3D models each and every time, and again conveying it to the particular stakeholder, particular consultants. So this was again one of the challenges which we had to encounter while we were working in the buildings part for the high-rise and the residentials part. So apart from this, I've also had an opportunity to work for some of the retail structures, wherein one of the famous retail groups in India itself is Future Group amongst the Walmarts. So we have had an opportunity to work for them as BIM consultants. So that was again a wonderful task back then. Next, so about BIM in buildings, right? So we have had tremendous speeches right from yesterday, wherein we have understood about several aspects while adopting BIM for buildings. And yes, there are certain challenges, there are certain, what we can say, it has been ease, or we have had an opportunity to use BIM effectively for buildings part, right? So when this happens, we have also understood that the trades which we usually work in BIM are structures, architectures, MEPF, and also the project management part. So when we say structures, we also have to understand about all the elements in the structure part. So let's say it's a simple structure, or let's say it's an residential building, wherein we have to understand about all the structural elements, the reinforcement, the steel detailing, and those parts. So as of now, we have quite effectively used BIM for this particular trade, wherein there are certain things which we encounter while working for buildings as well. But yeah, with the help of this 3D modeling, it has made us to understand about, let's say in the planning stage itself, we have understood about certain things wherein if we say about the clashes, we have to understand about the clashes, the interferences at an early stage in the planning, wherein we can avoid the due deliverables or the delays to the deliverables. So this has been used quite well where we have made use of the structural trade of BIM. Next, when we say about the architecture part, so yes, for architecture, BIM has been quite extensively used, and I must admit, we have created some exceptional structures with the help of BIM, and for the architecture trade for BIM. We were able to work for one of the projects which was based in South Africa. It was a project for a church, and this again was kind of a difficulty wherein the shape of the church, which was somehow the architect's mind maybe, but that shape of the church was in a shape of a dolphin. Yes, so the instance itself, when we hear that a shape of a church in the shape of a dolphin, right? So this was again one of the tasks which we had encountered. So yes, thanks to BIM again, we were able to create a BIM model for architecture in Rhinoceros, one of the products from Grasshopper. And this was an exceptional model which we had received from some of the stakeholders which were involved to create the shape of a dolphin with the help of Rhino. Again, Rhino has been of use for us to create some uneven geometries, like creating certain arcs, certain shapes for developing the particular areas of the church. That was one of the tasks which we had encountered while working for BIM for architecture. The next part, as we all know, and we all also have acknowledged, that is the MEP part, right? The MEP and also the plumbing and the firefighting. All the services which are mainly included in the buildings part, we have used, or let's say we have leveraged BIM for this particular trade so far. And we have, firstly, we have saved time. We have saved quite an amount of money for the contractor. But yeah, when we have to consider this, let's say if I'm considering the same thing in a contractor's point of view. Since we have had certain assignments which are mainly involved, wherein we were appointed as consultants for the contractors. So usually, the contractors are the ones who pay the BIM consultants. But when it happens to be working with certain trades or certain stakeholders involved in the particular building, we also have to make sure that all the stakeholders are on the same page, wherein we have to understand the requirements, the difficulties for each and every stakeholder involved in a particular project to create, or let's say to pave our way towards a successful completion of a particular project. So there used to be instances wherein we had to make sure that the contractors or the consultants who are kind of aware, or some of them who were not aware of using BIM, so we also had to make them train, wherein we had to conduct certain BIM implementations or BIM product trainings as well. So that was something wherein some of the good and the bad sides which we had encountered while working on BIM for MEP as well. So wherein we also had to work directly with the consultants, let's say, for example, an mechanical consultant or who's mainly involved for the ducting. And he needs to know about the details. For example, the architect has made certain changes to the 3D model, and let's say the mechanical team is not aware of it. So we all know, as we are experts or we have been into this for a long time, we know that this particular thing can quickly be reviewed from the 3D model or the document management where we have the complete model or the updated model which would be provided through all the stakeholders. But there have also had been instances where we have to manually let a particular consultant know that yes, the ducts which have been modeled in a way are now updated. So that was just one of the examples. Similarly, next part, or the last part, which we call as project management or the facilities management part. Yes, so we have also made sure to use BIM effectively in the facilities management or the project management part. Let's say the part wherein 4D, 5D, 6D simulations, and also the 7D or the facilities management part has also come up. So this is again one of the trades which we have successfully paved our way through. And for various types of structures, we have understood how effective BIM can be for buildings, right? But next, and the main topic, which is infrastructure engineering. So a quick glimpse for infrastructure engineering. What we say about infrastructure engineering is, let's just, in a simple way, we can just term it as a branch of civil engineering which mainly caters or which mainly supports or acts as a support system to any built asset or any building, let's say a building, a particular building. So infrastructure can mainly act as a support system to a particular built asset. Let's say we have created a heritage structure, but we know that we have to make certain more decisions while we have to create a particular building, right? It's not like we have created the building, we have constructed it, we have designed it. What next? We have to make some other provisions, some other arrangements, wherein we have to understand about how and why this building has been, a particular building has been created, but let's say how we would be reaching there. A simple example, how would we reach to a heritage building? By roads, by rails, or by any other mode of transport, right? So the first thing that comes into our mind when we understand about infrastructure is the support system for any built asset. So these support systems can again be classified with some of the examples, such as infrastructure examples for roadways, for railroads, sewage systems, dams, bridges, and so on and so forth, right? So these are some of the types, or let's say branches of infrastructure which we all know and we all use for our day-to-day activities. Let's say for commuting, we use the roads, we use the railroads, we use the bridges, we use the tunnels, right? So these all are the branches of civil engineering itself again, which we can call it as infrastructure engineering, right? So when we say infrastructure, we would simply term it as infrastructure for, first, urbanization, then industrialization, sustainability, empowerment, and lastly, the economic development, right? So these are some of the factors which we have came across with. Let's say for the first factor, urbanization, we have to make sure that we have created certain buildings, or we have conceived some of the projects wherein we have to make sure that to cater to the demand for the ever-increasing population, right? We have to create urbanization. We have to make cities which would be more habitable, or we have to create cities which would be more dwellable, right? Places where we dwell, right? So this is something wherein we have an example of infrastructure for urbanization, wherein we also need to make sure that the basic needs which would be catered for the day-to-day population, right? We have to make sure that we have good buildings. Apart from that, we have good connectivities as well. So that is something where we understand about infrastructure for urbanization. Again, a broader example, if we say, we have to understand about the complete developments of a city, let's say, for example. We've created certain vertical buildings. We also have to make sure there are certain community areas. There should be certain amusement areas. There should be certain garden parks, or there should be certain jogger parks as well. So this is something which we have to consider, wherein we understand about the urbanization in infrastructure. Next, about the industrialization, right? So we also have to make sure that infrastructure for industries also needs to be catered. So we know that industries, or let's say the plants, which are mainly one of the contributing factors for a nation's economy, right? So these industries basically would include FMCG, automobile, and so on and so forth. So also a good infrastructure for industrialization again, wherein we have to make sure that certain developments needs to be done. A simple example of a plant of, let's say, an automobile, that also needs to be done with a pre-planning, wherein we have to understand about all the details, wherein we have to make sure that the particular plant, or let's say an example of an automobile plant, we have to make sure all the divisions in the planning stage needs to be done, and it has to be catered correctly, along with the plannings, of course with the planning. Next, sustainability. We all have heard this word like immensely. Everything and anything wherein it comes into sustainability, right? So let's understand this quickly. Sustainability, or let's say we will just make it a simple way. We are here on Earth, and we are here to stay. So that is something where we have to understand about sustainability in the infrastructure. We have to create sustainable structures. Next, empowerment. So let's say we simply give empowerment a simple word, or like a synonym for creating jobs. We also have to make sure that the infrastructure should create certain jobs to each and every part of the society, be it the labor, be it the skilled parts, or even the other population of the country, wherein the jobs are basically one of the requirements which we have to cater to. And the last part basically, and I must say this is one of the important parts, the economic development, right? Any nation, and they have to have certain plans for, let's say, a roadway, or let's say a railroad, let's say, for example, a bridge. They need to make certain plans wherein a particular nation invests certain amount of the GDP to industrialize, or let's say to develop certain infrastructures to create, first is, and again, the industrialization part, and again, the sustainable environment for the population, or the dwellers basically. But yes, when a particular nation invests a certain amount, there is again an ROI which needs to be considered, right? So let's take an example that a part of roadway, a nation has invested certain amount for constructing a roadway. What would be the return of investment for the particular nation? That is, with an example of, let's say, the tolls which we pay. So we have to invest first, and then again, there would be an ROI. Once we have to invest, and then we can also consider about the ROI for this particular infrastructure type which we would be using or making use of. Similarly, there are other examples of infrastructure as well. Let's say the seaports, airports, or healthcare systems, law enforcement agencies, education systems. So these are something which we have to also consider when we make sure that we have to understand what all things would be useful when we say that infrastructure, right? Now the next part, or the BIM side of infrastructure, right? How can we cater, or how can we understand about this particular part, wherein this field of engineering, or this field of civil engineering, where we can say, how can we cater to this particular part with the help of BIM? So simply in simple pointers, we can say BIM for infrastructure, wherein we can make sure that first, BIM for roads, freeways, railroads, etc., wherein we also have to understand how can BIM play a vital role for this particular infrastructure part in the applications of civil engineering. So let's say we have to create certain roads, we have to create highways, freeways, wherein we have to make sure that a certain amount of investment a particular nation is encountering to, that needs to be successfully delivered or successfully constructed, right? So with the help of BIM, how we can make sure that this has been successfully done. So let's say the authorities, in case of infrastructure engineering, let's say all the authorities would be mainly the government authorities, wherein we have to understand that, we have to create the development plans, we have to understand about involving all the stakeholders, and similarly, we also have to make sure that everybody has a role to play, wherein we have to make sure we are using BIM effectively for this particular type of infrastructure. Similarly, the next part is BIM for bridges. Again, with the help of 3D modeling, or with the help of, let's say, all the technologies which we are using right now for BIM, we can make sure to create successful models for bridges as well. Third, or let's say again the part of interchanges, where we are designing highways, we are designing roads, we also need to make sure about the interchanges. So the BIM models for interchanges, and we can always make sure that we can create the models in a way that these models could then be used as live and living models to understand about the traffic frequencies and everything. And the last part about, let's say, for the infrastructure wherein we can also cater to, with the help of BIM, is the BIM for tunnels, right? So this is again, I would say, an unexplored part, wherein we also can help with using, with making an ease of modeling with the help of BIM for this particular part. So some of the applications which we have made sure to understand about how we can effectively use BIM in the part of infrastructure. So this is a simple example of a highway, a freeway, wherein we also have showcased some of the parts such as right-of-ways. We have also shown some of the examples such as ground modeling, elements such as air shades, so on and so forth. So this is one of the application examples which we have created. Again, another example of, let's say, roads, freeways, and interchanges. So yes, with the help of BIM, we can also effectively create models for roads, models for highways, freeways, and also we can create models for bridges as well. Lastly, the part of tunnels, right? We can also make sure to use BIM in the part of tunnels also, wherein we can create geometric model at an early stage to understand more about the difficulties which could then be encountered in the stages of construction or execution. So this would be the concluding slide for me, and I hope we have at least had a glimpse of what we can understand about BIM, wherein we can focus more for the infrastructure part of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prabhanjan Balarao, the Technical Support Lead from Midas Research and Development Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is no stranger to KL BIM Day. Welcome back, sir. He will be talking about what impact will AI have in BIM. So without further ado, allow me to invite in senior Ronan Collins, Digital Engineering Lead, HSS Engineers Berhad. Let's give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, in senior Ronan Collins.
Thank you for the warm welcome. It's fantastic to be back on the stage. And as Rav Aslan mentioned yesterday, this is the first BIM Day in, I think, 4 years. So it is my honor to be here. Thank you to CIDB for inviting me to come along. I'm going to present to you something of a different style of presentation this afternoon. For those of you who've seen my presentation before, I'm usually at the cutting edge. And today I've taken a title of what is the impact AI will have in BIM. I'm sorry to say there's going to be very little AI in my presentation, but I am going to say why I think we have a problem in front of us. Most of you will have heard presentations and seen examples of projects that are using BIM, but as Brett Casson said yesterday, the number of projects that are actually using it is shockingly low. 25% or less actually use BIM on the projects. That means that 75% of the built environment is still not digitized. And in order for us to unlock AI, in order for us to use the VR Collab platform, in order for us to use the robotics platform, in order for us to use laser scanning, you need to have a starting foundation in BIM. So BIM is the foundation. So if we want to use AI, we have to increase the amount of BIM on our projects. So my question for you today, are you really ready to use AI, and are you ready for the challenges that that's going to bring up? So I'm going to give you a bit of a timeline to my career, just to set the scene. I graduated in 1996 with a civil engineering degree. My first experience with 3D modeling was in 1999, working on a project for Expo 2000. And I moved to Hong Kong in 2000. So you can see here when I had a bit more hair and I looked a bit more handsome. In 2003, I started my first company. On the 1st of July 2003, 20 years ago, I started a BIM consultancy company in Hong Kong. And what I did back then is still valid today. So I'm going to show you some slides from a presentation that I gave in 2005 to explain how 3D modeling can be used for projects. So you can build a structural model, and then from that you can build a mechanical model. You put all the models together, you put in a pipe riser model, and then you combine all those models together to create a federated model. This is 2005, right? This is a long time ago. And then you can do your clash analysis. So anybody who's here today who's not doing or who thinks BIM is new, we were doing this a long time ago. This is not new technology. So being able to find clashes in design models should be done every single day on every single job in Malaysia, not special. And then linking the program to the model, creating an actual construction simulation. Some people call it 4D, some people call it construction simulations. But again, the principles have been around for quite some time. Oops, go back one. Bear with me while I get used to this clicker. Here we go. So again, being able to demonstrate a construction sequence, a construction cycle. How many people here are using 4D on their projects today? Show of hands. Who's using 4D on their projects today? Not that many people. Okay, we got a few, which is great. Okay, so again, the message here is this is not new technology, this is not a new process, but if you have a 4D sequence, there are now tools like Alice that uses AI to create a much better construction simulation, a much better construction program. We jump forward to 2007, and again, people are talking about using AI for quantification, using AI for measurement and predicting costs, etc., etc. On one project we did in 2007, one of the key features of the project was we used the models to generate all the quantity takeoffs, not for a bill of quantities, but to order materials. So we used the model to quantify. Okay, we're back. Thank you very much. So, quantity takeoff, again, it's been around for a long time. So I just want to show you then, in 2007, I put together the first presentation that I could find in my memory bank of a BIM process, where you take all the different models produced by the consultants, and you start doing coordination, clash analysis, and then from that you produce your drawings, you build the schedules, and your budget costs, okay? Now this is, again, just demonstrating where some of the roles came from, and this is the first time I came across the term BIM manager, and it's because I put it on this slide, right? So the first time someone heard of a BIM manager in Hong Kong was back in 2007. And then you had the architects, the engineers, and the mechanical engineers doing BIM. So some of the things that we learned from those previous projects have, before I get into that, I met my wife in 2008. And for those of you who know me, you'll know that my wife is actually from Ipoh. My wife is Malaysian, which is the reason I live in Malaysia. So my wife is the whole reason that I'm here. So that was 15 years ago. The air cargo terminal in Hong Kong, this was the first BIM project. So this was a project where the architect was using Revit, the engineers were using Revit, and the mechanical engineers were using Revit. And they were designing in 3D, and then from that producing drawings. And this was a very complicated building, so this is why the modeling was required. It required a high level of coordination, a high level of detail. But I want to show you the first digital twin. Let's see if this plays. Here we go. So this was a simulation that Siemens produced, which was actually based on aircraft data, when planes would arrive, how much cargo would arrive, when planes would leave. And we simulated the movement of the air cargo inside the facility. So this was an actual true digital twin. We knew the weight of the pallets, we knew where they were going, we knew what flight they were coming in on. So we were able to simulate the building. So if somebody says to you, oh, digital twin's a new idea, I've got news for you. It's been around for a while. So very quickly, this is what a Revit structure model looked like. This is Revit 4 or 5, I think. And again, just want to show you some of the detail. It was required for this project. But there was some really interesting lessons learned from this project. The first one was around managing the models and managing information. So we had to create all these models, and then we had to categorize all the models. So for those of you who have come across Uniclass or Omniclass, this was an early version of that. So all the models had to be classified so we could quantify them. And then we used the models to produce drawings. So all the drawings were coming from these models. Sorry, the drawings were coming from the models. This includes sections, details, and it was quite successful. To make it work, we had to create a server with all the drawings, all the models, all the PDFs, and we created a folder structure. Now, it wasn't something we dreamed up. We were following a British standard. We were following the BRIES 2007, and we had drawings, XREFs, models, etc. For those of you who've worked on more recent projects, you'll have come across ISO 19650, and this was a forerunner to that. So in 2007, we had the initial code of standards, BS 1192. Then in 2013, they issued PAS 1192. Some of you will have heard of that. That was the original level 2 BIM. And then in 2018, they founded and issued out ISO 19650, which is the more modern standard for BIM. But you can see that the lineage is there. So from 2007 all the way up till now, we have that standard. So again, I would urge you, if you're doing a BIM project, make sure that you are following some of these standards around information management and information control. How many people here do clash detection? Who's running clash detection on your projects? Quite a few people. So this is a clash detection matrix. I'm not going to explain how it works, but essentially you're trying to find all the interferences. And then you run all these analysis and you find all the problems. Now what we found with this process was this was very tedious and very manual process. So you would keep doing this over and over and over again, finding ductwork hitting concrete, and it was quite painful to do, and it was quite painful to get the engineers to fix the problems. So AI has come along, and now you can find these clashes much, much faster, but you still have the same problem. I can find the clashes far quicker today than I could 10 years ago, but it still takes the same amount of time to get the engineers to fix the problems. So even if you've got AI, you've still got to fix the problems, right? So that's what I find interesting about AI. We can quickly find things, but you still got to fix the problems. And now I'm going to touch on something that I believe is the biggest impact technology is having on construction, and it's linking the digital world to the physical world. So one of the things that we learned on this project, we used to go out on site and take photographs with a camera, not an iPhone, this is way back when, take a photograph with a camera, bring all the photographs back to the office, and then do comparisons between what we saw on the site against what we saw on the models. Now we could only check 2-3% of the project. We couldn't check the entire project. At the end of my presentation today, I'm going to show you a new technology that can check the project every day to a very high level of detail, right? And it uses AI. But back in 2009, we were using cameras and we were using comparisons to the models. And we were trying to make sure that things were constructed as per the models. Because the biggest challenge, if you have got a very good BIM system, the biggest challenge is making sure people actually build it in the right place. We didn't have any robotics back in the day. So we jump forward a little bit in the calendar, and we look at 2009 was when we were comparing to things on site, and then we jump all the way forward to 2019, when I was working for Gamuda on line 2, and we solved that problem in 2019 using augmented reality. So the ability to compare models to the site, it took us 10 years to solve the problem. So what did we do in 2019 to solve that problem? We used augmented reality. So you'll have seen some examples of this over the last couple of days. This system is very, very powerful. It requires a solid model or a proper model, and then you can actually use an iPad, and it has to be a new generation iPad, and then you can compare what's in the model to what's on the site. Our reason for setting up this system was we wanted to make sure that the openings in the walls were correct for the mechanical systems. So we wanted to try and avoid coring, chopping out, rebuilding things. We gave this to the engineers on site, and they were able to check that the penetrations were correct. But then some of the engineers decided that they could use it to check rebar before the walls were built. So we actually started solving problems before they even became an existing problem. So being able to use augmented reality, that was the first time we saw the link between the digital world and the physical world solved in a really good way. And again, I'm going to show you a different way of doing that in a minute. Come on. So now we've got as far as 2009. I got married in 2012. So you're getting my whole life story here this afternoon. I'm not sure this is a good idea, but anyway, that's where the slides are going. And then we go on to Midfield Concourse. Now, Midfield Concourse is the new terminal at Hong Kong Airport. If you go to Hong Kong now, they're building the third runway. They've demolished Terminal 2. They're rebuilding Terminal 2. But Midfield Concourse is still standing in the middle of the airfield. If it stood up on its end, this would be the tallest building in the world. On the Midfield Concourse, we were working for the contractor. And I'm just going to show you some of the examples of some of the problems that we had to solve, and then how AI could make a difference. So this is the model that was provided by the design consultants. Again, just to give you an idea, this was 2012. So again, the consultants had, at that point, got very good at generating design models. Now, if you're a design consultant, this is a good benchmark to be aiming for. If you're a contractor, we need more detail. So what did the client want? Here we go. So if you're a client, this is valid today as it was 10 years ago. You want the contractor to take over the models, and you want them to create more detailed construction models. Most importantly, you want the subcontractors to provide models for their packages. You want actual shop drawings produced in BIM or in Revit. You want to comply with the protocols. And for the airport authority, they wanted to understand all the constructability. So again, this is all part of the 4D puzzle. At the end of the day, they want a verified as-built model. Laser scanning, photogrammetry, etc., etc. So I'm going to skip through this really quickly. So one of the challenges was that the design was not complete. So we had to produce, get this clicker to work. Here we go. We had to produce a much more detailed design at the construction phase. So we had to work with the subcontractors and the designers to come up with a lot more detail. And to do that, we created an entire team. So BIM is not an individual sport, and I don't like the idea of these BIM consultants that sit remote from projects. I believe that BIM should be part of the project. And the team that we have at HSS are getting more embedded into projects. So we want the BIM team to be a key part of the project. So in this project, we had teams working on architecture, cladding systems, ceiling systems, roofing systems, steelwork systems, and MEP systems. So all of those teams are working for all those subcontractors. They were all working for the main contractor, Gammon. And I'm just going to show you some examples. So this is a design model. You cannot build a Revit model by a design consultant. Anybody who tells you that they've created a buildable design model in Revit, think long and hard about what they're actually telling you. You need mechanical contractors, electrical contractors to verify and produce shop drawings to make sure that what they've designed is actually buildable. And when you see the difference between a design model and a shop drawing model, the amount of detail in the shop drawing model is far higher and far more complex. And I think that's where AI is going to help, is going to be moving people from design stage to construction stage. And what you have to be able to do is get a clicker that works. There we go. So this is a shop drawing model. The biggest challenge, still to this day, is making sure that the model produces the shop drawings, not the other way around. And then when the shop drawing, the actual site work's installed, that the stuff is installed as per the model. There's nothing worse than spending weeks and weeks and weeks figuring out a model and then for some guy to go and put the pipe in the wrong place because you've just undermined the entire process, right? So you have to get all three of these correct. You have to get the modeling correct, you got to get the shop drawing approvals correct, and then you got to make sure it's built correctly on site. And this is where AI has the biggest opportunity. AI is going to fit between the modeling environment and the site environment. So one of the challenges in this project was the roof, and I'm not going to go through too much detail, but the design model was insufficient. So the designers had only created a skin, and when you look at the actual detail, that's the detail of the structural steel required. That's the detail of the cladding system. The structural steel was detailed in Tekla. The cladding system was detailed in Tekla. And then internally, we had to detail all the mechanical systems into this building. Now, this building was complicated because the architects got ahead of themselves. And what the architects said is they wanted the steelwork exposed inside the building. And what that meant was the bottom of the steelwork was visible inside the terminal. So if you go to this terminal now, if you look up, you will see, where's it? Hang on. Come on. You'll see the ceiling, but you'll see the bottom chord of the steelwork. Now, it's very complicated because it's so high up. I'll skip this real quick. There you go. So the white steel member is exposed inside the terminal. So this is part of the major steel structure. And we were tasked with confirming that the steelwork was in the right place. Now, this was the earliest version of laser scanning we came across. So this is, again, 2014, 2015. The only way that we could figure out how to verify the steel was to actually do laser scanning. So we scanned these trusses, and we learned how to do laser scanning. We also learned very quickly these create very, very large data sets. And we were able to verify that the steelwork was in the right place. Now, of course, I'm only going to show you the ones that were actually in the right place. So these examples demonstrate that the steelwork was really, really good. There was a couple of examples where it was out of tolerance. But you can see that using laser scanning, you can verify construction work on site. And it was so successful that we then started using laser scanning for everything. So we didn't just use it for the more complicated steelwork, we then started using it for the more straightforward steelwork. And these are the air bridges where you get on and off the plane. And you can see how it becomes useful. You can start to see where steelwork's out of tolerance. So if you're designing the brackets to put the facade system on, this is quite useful information instead of doing a site survey. The benefit of this is very fast. And what we've learned over the last couple of years, the processing power available now, these point clouds can be analyzed. And again, this is where AI comes in very useful. So that was 2015. My son was born in 2014. And we moved to Malaysia in 2016. So up until this point, I was living in Hong Kong. But now we moved to Malaysia come 2016. And I came to Malaysia to work for Gamuda and ACOM on MRT2. And I'm going to show you some of the stuff that we did on MRT2. So, we've done point clouds in Hong Kong, and then we get to Malaysia and we start using drones. How many people here have seen or used a drone on a construction project? Who's used drones in construction? Okay, a few hands. How many people have used drones to create 3D models of a construction project? Not many. Okay, so this is where the cutting edge is. These are 3D models of Bandar, Malaysia, that are taken over a month-by-month interval. So you'll see that the environment is changing, and that's because every month the progress of the site is moving forward, so you can see the excavation. The reason that we use drones was to monitor progress on site. And these are not images, these are 3D models, right? So this is a process called photogrammetry. So we use the drone to actually go and create a photographic survey, and then we use the photographs to make a model. Now the reason I'm showing you this is that we figured out a way to link this photogrammetry process back to BIM. So let me show you what we did. And again, this is the same argument as to why we need to have a BIM model first. So the yellow is the BIM model, it is moving. And then you'll see every couple of months the excavation progressing. Now we were using this to measure quantities between what was actually on site and what was actually planned. So you can actually see the base level of the station, and we had to excavate down to that base level. And on the right-hand side, you can see the TBM. You can just make out the kind of tin can. That's the TBM arriving. So that gray background is created from photographs taken by a drone 30 meters over the site. And then we combine that with BIM. Right? So the link, again, is always the same. For me, it's always the same. How do I link the digital world to the physical world? How do I check the physical world is actually constructed in the right way? So this is another example where this type of technology is benefited by AI. There's so much processing involved in this that AI speeds up that processing. So now I've shown you the drones. The clicker's still not working. Oh, can we get the audio on this? Can we get the audio on this video? Is that a yes or a no? That's a no. Okay, I'll explain what's going on. So this is a technology called Nazca. Here you can see a gentleman walking around and smiling. He's carrying a handheld laser scanner. He is basically freehanding a laser scan of the project. The gentleman that's on the screen is Stuart Maggs, who's a friend of mine, and he's explaining that the laser scan is capturing this massive point cloud. And that point cloud is then processed by AI to remove temporary works and focus on permanent works. The platform that he's got is an AI technology. It links to other platforms. So it links to the data source for the point cloud. It links to Autodesk Construction Cloud for the models. And what they do is they process the point cloud and compare it to BIM. And they use AI algorithms to identify what is constructed and what is not constructed. So in a second, he's going to show you a demonstration of this. I don't know what he's saying. I'm just going to wait for him for a second. I highly recommend looking this up. So here's an example from Nazca. The red are objects that the AI has not identified in a scan. In other words, it has not been built. The green has been verified by AI to have been built and in tolerance. And the yellow is under construction. So what the system is doing is it's comparing the 3D model from the BIM team with the laser scanning coming from the surveying team, and it's identifying what's happening on site. So it can identify what's correct, it can identify what's missing, but it can also tell you what's not correct. And this is where the technology is immensely powerful. And again, we just got to wait for a second. So he's going to show you examples. So here you can see we were using augmented reality to find missing openings. Now the AI can tell you there's a missing opening. In this example, the openings in the core are the wrong size. And the AI has flagged up that these openings are not the right size. So they're out of tolerance. Okay? It's not been biomeasuring, it's actually been done automatically. And the AI, in this case, scarily enough, has identified there's a missing vertical column or vertical structure. So in the model, there's a steel column. On the job site, there's no column. Now, I don't know if it's been designed out or not, but that means there's a missing structure. This is the cutting edge, at least what I can find, of AI. And they've proven their value on one job, on 1 month, they saved $1.5 million US. They found 94 critical project issues. So this example is where I think AI is going to have the biggest impact. And it's the same thing as I've been showing you this afternoon. It's the link between the digital world and the physical world and being able to analyze that space. So that brings us all the way up to 2023. And I'm going to leave you with a couple of key points. AI will have an impact, but it will not have an impact for everybody. BIM is not new, but if you want to get the value of AI, you have to get your BIM up to a certain standard. So whether it's an airport building, whether it's a metro building, whether it's a commercial building, whether it's residential, if you are not using BIM to do quantity takeoff, drawing production, and quantification, you're not going to get any of the value that all these other tools offer. So you have to get your level of BIM up. You have to get it as the foundation to unlocking the value. And then AI will not add any value unless you get to that point. Having said all that, some firms will make this work. There will always be firms at the cutting edge of our industry, and they will propel forward using AI. I guarantee you within the next 12 to 18 months, some of the firms in Malaysia will start adopting things like Nazca. But they will be a small fraction of the industry. Our job, working with CIDB, is to try and bring up the masses and bring up more and more people and learn more and more about BIM. So today, hopefully you've learned something about what's possible with BIM, but AI is not going to transform our industry. As I said at the beginning, I've been at this for 20 years. And when I started my company in 2003, I thought I could transform the industry in 5 to 10 years. Here I am now 20 years later, and less than 25% of projects are still doing BIM. So I've not failed, I'm just still trying. So my request is, if you're not already doing BIM, if you want to unlock AI, you need to start doing BIM first and do AI second. So thank you all very much. I hope you enjoyed the presentation.
Thank you very much, Engineer Ronan Collins, Digital Engineering Lead, HSS Engineering Berhad. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our next segment is on the topic of is digital adoption really difficult? And here comes debunking the myth. So for that, allow me to invite Mr. Oliver Roche, Managing Director, Real Project Management Stan Berhad. Let's give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Oliver Roche.
Hi everybody. Lunch is settled down. I hope, I think I'm the last gig for this 3-day get-together, so hopefully I can keep your attention for what I think is probably, speaking about, you know, the adoption of technology at the end of a BIM day, I think is probably very, very appropriate, and whether or not it is a problem or not, and how we can overcome that. How do I, just green? Okay. Just a little bit about myself. I'm a QS by trade, graduated in Ireland in 1994, same country that Ronan is from. Just a coincidence that there's two Irishmen finishing up this event here today, which is kind of cool. Worked in Chicago, USA from 94 to 2003 for Turner Construction Company, or I think Turner International, which is the same company, made a presentation earlier today. I actually used to be the country manager for Turner when I moved here in 2011. I did a really cool project in Doha, Qatar from 2004 to 2007, which was the Museum of Islamic Arts. If you've ever been in Doha, Qatar, I would highly recommend that you go and visit that building. From 08 to 10, did a 68-story tower in Ho Chi Minh City. Extraordinarily difficult place to work, Vietnam. I'm not going to lie, for those of you who've done any business there, it is not an easy place to work. But did a 68-story tower there in Ho Chi Minh. Moved to Malaysia in 2011, and obviously have been here since. I actually, when I moved here in January 2011, I was the project director for 118. That's when I was with Turner still. I spent 3 years on that project, setting the whole program up, which was not just the tower, but it was also the mall, all the associated infrastructure. It was like a 8 billion ringgit program at that time. I'm not sure what the number is today, but I think it's probably larger than that. So it was a fantastic introduction, obviously, to the Malaysian market. In early 2014, I decided to resign from Turner and start RPM, which is a project management consulting business based here in Malaysia. Currently, we've 32 staff in RPM, managing 7 different projects. In 2019, I founded RPM Schedulers, which is a outsourcing, planning and scheduling outsourcing business, and we've got 10 staff. So between RPM and RPMS, we're 40 plus. In 2019, I founded Proficient, which is, we have got a booth here, where we have developed a construction project management software for the construction industry. So, how many people here, you know, the topic I'm talking about today is digital adoption really difficult in the construction industry? How many people would agree with that statement, that it is really difficult, or should it be really easy? Can I see who says it's really difficult? Nobody? Everybody thinks it's easy? Really? Wow, okay. It's not. It is really difficult, and that's what we're going to talk about today. And I think for us to have an educated discussion about this, we have to talk about the stakeholders involved, because it's everybody's job. It's everybody's job. If there's one part of the stakeholders that are involved in a project that are not involved in digital adoption, it won't succeed, in my opinion. So we're going to talk today about employers, clients, consultants, including architects, project management consultants, obviously, CNS consultants, M&E consultants, etc. Contractors, subcontractors, government and regulatory bodies, and then the technology providers themselves. So, there's obviously been an incredible advancement in technology over the last couple of decades. You know, Ronan has been talking about how, you know, he was talking about BIM 20 years ago, and we're still talking and having seminars about the same thing. But artificial intelligence, I think, will, you know, will have a very positive impact on our industry. I think it's just that we haven't seen the end, obviously, of the development of artificial intelligence, and I think that will probably likely be never ending. If you look at ChatGPT, I I don't know how many people have used that yet, but I put in a question into ChatGPT, just a simple question about build me a 10-story concrete office building. And the answer back was not very conclusive. It was fairly basic and fairly rudimentary. So I think that does have a long way to go, but I think that we will see tremendous leaps and bounds in that in the future. Cloud computing. You know, when, for example, selling Proficient to our clients, they keep asking about where are you storing the data? It's the same place as you're storing data for your emails, which is also on the cloud. So I'm not sure why clients, and I don't know if other people in this room face that same question from clients, but if you're okay with your email data being stored where it's stored, then surely you'll be okay with a provider of a construction technology to be able to do the same. Augmented reality and virtual reality, these are obviously things that are, you know, I think it's going to be a struggle in this part of the world, in Southeast Asia, for the adoption of augmented reality and virtual reality because of the fact that it's still very expensive. If that becomes more affordable, because the cost of labor here in this part of the world is really cheap versus the West or other parts of the world. Okay, so examples of digital transformation in other sectors. Look, these are things everybody knows. Retail, e-commerce platforms, personalized marketing, you know, transportation, ride-hailing apps, healthcare, telemedicine, finance, online banking. You know, the industry, our industry, is just so far behind these other industries, it's not even funny. Why? Okay, obviously, at the top of the tree for all projects are employers and clients. And I'm not just talking about property developers. I'm talking about federal governments, ministries, state governments or local governments, and obviously building owners. So these are really key stakeholders involved in the adoption of technology, in my opinion. Their expectations and requirements shape the industry's approach to digital technologies. So, the challenges to digital adoption, why employers shouldn't be hesitant. Everything is about return on investment. If you don't demonstrate that you're giving tangible returns to your clients on their investments, you're going to have a very difficult sales pitch, and you're going to be really struggling to get your product to be fully utilized on your projects. If you can demonstrate saving time, as we all know, time is money. One of the easy places, I think, is that bringing technology can save on site supervisory staff, management staff, potentially, document control staff. I know that our product, our project management software, Proficient, can most definitely reduce the amount of supervisory staff required on the project by, if it's utilized correctly. And then technology is also, it's not a short-term gain. And I think this is where employers and clients, they want to see an immediate return from what they've spent on your technology. And I don't think that's fair or reasonable. We ought to try and convince that this is a medium to a long-term investment, and not to, you know, think that one project you're going to get a return on what you spent on that. You should be looking at 2 or 3 projects down the line. You know, we've seen here about the machines that were presented by our colleagues from MCC, which are amazing, really. So who's going to lead with the adoption of those machines in this industry? I'm going to talk a little while about the dependence on foreign labor here in Malaysia. Surely, this is a solution for, you know, fixing not just the adoption of technology in our industry, but also to fixing a structural problem in the country. What is the value add for me as a client? By the way, how many employers do we have in the room? Property developers, government agencies? Just to get a flavor? Okay, we got, so please, everybody, if you're either working for property developers, government agencies, looks maybe about 5%, 5 or 10%. Okay, interesting. I just wanted to make sure how many in the room I'm going to be upsetting with what I'm going to be saying here. what is the value add for me as a client? More sales. If you're a property developer and you're not adopting technology today, purchasers are extraordinarily sophisticated. They're getting more and more and more and more sophisticated as time goes by. If the people building and selling the products to the sophisticated purchasers cannot demonstrate that they have or will or can demonstrate that they have utilized technology for the delivery of their product, I think you're going to fall behind on the sales with your competitors. And I think there are property developers in the market doing that today. And that's not just for selling property, for leasing. We just finished HSBC's headquarters in Tun Razak Exchange in the last year or so. And they had LOD 500 BIM as a part of their offering to their tenants, so that when the tenants came in to do the fit out, they had a fully, completed model to hand over to those tenants for them to be able to, and that's an added offering for sophisticated, clients and tenants of that building. If you don't adopt tech of today, you will lose. You will most definitely lose out. So, for me, the last thing I think is the just sheer resistance to change from our employers. But the one thing that is constant, as we know, is change. And everybody in this room, and I think the purpose of this seminar today for these 3 days is really to try and be change makers. Okay, for consultants, the cost of technology. I know it was spoken about earlier on today when the gentleman from the architect, I think from PAM, was on the stage, that the cost of the softwares that you're buying is very, 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 very expensive. But if you don't do it, you're going to lose. If you snooze, you lose. So either you get with the program, understand that this technology has to be invested in, or you're going to be left behind. Training and upskilling of the staff. You must invest. I think there's another structural issue in the country today with training and upskilling. For me, the private sector has to lead in this. The private sector needs to be investing into its staff for training and upskilling. If you're going to spend money on high-tech products for you to be at the front line of the industry, and you're not investing in the people to be trained properly, you're going to be left behind. What's the point? But I'm telling you, there are consultants in the market that are doing that. They're going out and buying products that they think will make a difference, but then they're not investing and training in their people to upskill and make sure that they can utilize that product to the best of their ability. Engagement. Top down. What I mean by top down is that the management have to lead. The people that own and run these organizations have to lead. They have to be able to demonstrate to the people that are working for them that this is the technology move that they want to do as a business, and this is going to be a point of difference for them in the industry. And I think that a lot of people, myself included, I'm not going to lie, have to use the technology yourself. I think there's owners of businesses that invest in tech, and then they just bring in somebody else and say, hey, I bought it for you to use, but I'm not going to use it myself. I think that's a problem in our industry as well. It's something that I think owners and leaders of companies, need to acknowledge, and it has to be pushed from the top down of each organization. For contractors and subcontractors, I got some interesting data, and I think some of you may know this, or you may not. The cost of a carpenter in the UK is about £30 an hour, which is about 180 ringgit an hour. In Australia, it's staggering. It's like 100 Aussie dollars an hour, which is about 310 ringgit an hour. 1 hour for one carpenter in Australia. That's pretty staggering. Singapore, it's from the data that we extracted from online, apparently it's 15 Sing dollars an hour, which is about 52 ringgit an hour. Malaysia, it's anything from 15 to 30 ringgit an hour. 15 to 30 ringgit an hour, which is less than 1/10 of one carpenter in Australia for 1 hour. That's pretty staggering. And this is a very, very significant problem for our industry. You know, I think the industry, to adopt the technology like the machines that have been presented earlier, this cheap labor, foreign labor, is a structural issue that has to be fixed in the country. And I think there's, you know, many people that need to get involved in this solution. So there is, I'm looking at you, you know, and to acknowledge that, you know, there are technologies in the market that can reduce this dependency, but there's a price to pay. You cannot reduce that dependency in labor without paying and acknowledging that you have to pay. So, I can tell you that, and you've heard these numbers, tech adoption in Western countries has been driven by the fact that a carpenter is 300 ringgit an hour versus 30 ringgit an hour. This is what's driving tech adoption in the West. This is the reality on the ground. You're seeing all the AR, VR, because the devices that they pay and the technology that they develop is a fraction of the cost of paying for a union carpenter in New York, London, Sydney, or any of these other markets. So what I would suggest, and I think we've been engaging with CIDB, we've been engaging with various ministries separately, is to incentivize or provide tax relief for the adoption of technology that can reduce the burden on foreign labor. And I think this is the only way forward. And the construction industry, I think, is maybe 40 or 50%. I don't know the stats, I should know the stats. But it's about maybe 40 or 50% of the foreign labor being brought into the country. So tax relief, incentives, and then we can fix this problem, which is a structural problem in the country. Where am I? Okay, again, every contractor wants a return on the investment. But if you don't invest, you're not going to get a return, which is the reverse of people saying, if I spend this much. I can tell you, my attitude to, you know, the businesses that I run is that every single penny that I spend is an investment. If it's buying, you know, paper, if we don't have that paper, we're not going to be able to print, we're not going to be able to produce documents. Everything is an investment. But I think a lot of contractors are looking at everything as an expense. Am I doing okay for time? Okay, cool. Sorry, you're looking at me funny there. The amazing technology presented earlier with the machines can operate 24/7. Surely that's an opportunity to reduce the dependency in foreign labor. Something to seriously consider. Traditional mindset. I like this one. Teaching old dogs new tricks. I think we all suffer with this one. People just don't want to change. Now, what is the solution? Spend time with your people that don't want to change. This is management. This has to be the leadership in your organization. You got to spend time with the people that are being non-responsive to the adoption of technology in our industry. You need to convince them of the benefits. There's a lot of young people in this room here as well today. I would suggest you and your organizations to go back, find some young, enthusiastic staff to try and, you know, be the leaders for the adoption of technology in your organization by trying to convince these old dogs the new tricks that are needed to be thought. How many would, you know, of our younger generation here would take up that? Would raise of hands? Young people? Because you know what? You guys are the future of our industry. If you're tasked with teaching the more senior members of your organization about digital technology, I think it would be a tremendous opportunity. Finally, and I think the one that's a bit most sensitive, is the governments and regulatory bodies. for anything to change in our industry, you have to have legislation. If the industry is waiting for the private sector to lead, we will be waiting a very, 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 very long time. We're going to be waiting a very long time. And I have actually discussed this with CIDB, I've discussed this with various ministries as well, that either you legislate the change or that change will not be led by the private sector. And the reason why we need to legislate for the change is because of the dependence on foreign labor. It's you know, making sure that we can put legislation and technologies in place that reduces that burden. Delegation. When I say delegation, I'm saying empowering CIDB and local authorities with more digital implementation authority. It was really interesting to see the gentleman from Kulim, who was here today, who sounds like he's at the leading edge of, you know, having BIM submitted with their building plan approvals and DO submissions. I support it 100%. I think it would be fantastic if it was legislated and regulated that BIM, then you can really see change because everybody will have to change. So this is where I'm getting to. It has to be legislated, and maybe we can take what's happening in Coolum as a model to be applied across states or maybe the whole country. And I think this is something that maybe we ought to engage with the various people involved to use that test case as an example of how things can be done positively. And then also I mentioned, as a part of that, think about tax relief. Think about ways that you can incentivize contractors or employers to actually engage with that technology so that you can reduce that dependence on foreign labor. Okay, be a change maker. I was just recently, I don't know if any of you here have heard of a company called SIBS, S-I-B-S, in Penang. Have anybody heard of SIBS in Penang? Scandinavian Industrialized Business Building Systems. Raise your hands if you know who they are. Okay, very few people. Do you know that they're building apartment buildings completely finished in Penang, putting them on the back of a trailer truck, transporting them over to the port in Penang and shipping them all the way to Sweden and putting whole apartment buildings together completely prefabricated in Malaysia? How many people are aware of this? Like maybe 2% of the people. We had a delegation of 30 or so people from CIDB go up and look at this. It's amazing how much technology is in the country already that you all don't know about. And we should be looking at utilizing this technology locally to try and reduce, again, the dependence on foreign labor. This is why I'm saying about pilot projects. We ought to take the technology, take projects, see how it can be successfully adopted. If it's good enough for Sweden, surely it's good enough for Malaysia. Would everybody agree with that? Surely. Okay, good. So please look it up. SIBS, Scandinavian Industrialized Building Systems. It takes a lot to impress me. I'm not going to lie. It takes a lot to impress me, but I was blown away how they have really, 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 it was just a manufacturing line of slightly larger than container ship, shipping container, I should say. And they're fully finished with lights, with the flooring, painted walls, everything, fully working. So highly recommend to check it out. And I've actually recommended to CIDB while we were there that we should utilize a pilot project somewhere in Malaysia for the adoption of that technology. Okay, going on to technology providers. I think that there's a lot of fragmentation. There's a lot of technology providers that can do this piece and that piece and another piece and another piece. There's very few that can do everything. When I say everything, I'm saying managing something or digitizing a process from the start of the inception of the project all the way to handing it over to a client where they can do, say, the facilities management and actually manage the whole building through the whole building's life cycle. We, Proficient, have just recently done a collaboration with BuildSpace. I don't know if those of you who know BuildSpace, it's a e-tendering and e-commercial product for the construction industry. So rather than us developing that portion of that software, we are now going to a collaboration. So I'd highly recommend those of you in the room, please talk to your neighbors here, presenters, and look at collaboration. I think that this is something that our industry also needs to do. Training and support. I think one of the problems that I've discovered is that technology providers don't engage with their users enough. And they need to go down into the ground and actually engage with their users and understand what their problems are, rather than be remotely trying to answer their problems. So this is something that we're seeing with our software, and we're trying to fix that and engage with the users on the ground. I think that, 5G is out at the moment. I don't think everybody's got it on their devices yet, maybe, but I think this will be something that's really going to help our industry. One of the things I'm going to talk about in a little bit, I think it's the next one, may as well put it up, is office versus field. I have had so many projects, and I think probably a lot of you in this room also have, where there's a beautiful BIM model done on a computer in the office, and then the guy out in the field builds something totally different. This happens all the time. And a lot of the time that's because the technology being used in the office has not been provided to the guys physically building the building in the field. This is a supervisor having a powerful enough iPad or device for him to be able to manage and monitor the installation of the works in the field. This is something that has to be fixed. You have to invest into the devices to get the benefit of 5G, Okay. So, just a conclusion. Whether we like it or not, the digital revolution has started and is coming to our industry. That is a fact. And I think you all know this. This is, again, one of the reasons why we're having the seminar. This is the reality on the ground. You better get with the program or else you're going to lose. And I think that applies to every single stakeholder that I just presented. Everybody has to get with the program and adapt and adopt. We all have to adapt and adopt with this inevitability. Those who don't will most definitely lose out. And finally, legislate. For tech to be successful in our industry, to me, it has to be led with legislation that's sensible. And then we, in the private sector and the guys on the ground doing the actual physical work, will follow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oliver Roche, Managing Director of Real Project Management, Sdn Bhd. You have given us a lot to think about, sir. For that, I would like to invite our CEO of CIDB E-Construct Services, Technologist Rafizlan Ahmad, to the stage to present a token of appreciation to all of our speakers for their contribution and their unwavering support to KL BIM Day 2023. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to all of our panel speakers and our moderators for this year's event. Now, if I may invite our first recipient, please welcome Mr. Robin Lee, the Vice President of Bright Dream Robotics. Mr. Robin Lee. A representative will be accepting this on behalf of Mr. Robin. Okay, so could you accept it for him? Yeah, just go up on the stage and all right. Yeah, we'll be represented by a representative. Yes, go upstairs to receive the token of appreciation from Mr. Rafizlan. Thank you so much, Bright Dream Robotics. And next, please welcome Mr. Prabhanjan Balarao, the Technical Support Lead from Midas Research and Development Private Limited. And of course, the one that needs no introduction, Insigne Ronan Collins. If you could just make your way to the stage to receive a token of appreciation from Technologies for Fislan. And one for the photo session. We would like to request all our speakers to stick around because we're going to have a group photo after this. And Mr. Oliver Roche, Managing Director of Real Project Management, Sudan Berhad, thank you so much, sir, for your presentation and your support, for being a part of KL BIM Day 2023. All right, and if we can have all of our speakers up on stage again for a group photo with Mr. Rofizlan. Yes, I would like to call upon representative of Mr. Robin, Mr. Brabanjan, Insigne Ronan Collins to join Technologies Rofizlan Ahmad on the stage as we take one group photo with our speakers. I'm just going to let the camera crew take charge for the next 2 minutes, okay? They're doing some aesthetic arrangement right now. All right, just a couple of more seconds for a group photo with all of our speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to all of our speakers, our moderators for yesterday's conference and forum and today's series of presentations and forums. So it's a bit of a summation that I would like to share with everyone today. So since 11th of July till today, we have had a full crowd for the 3 days exhibition. Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We even had the honor of hosting the Minister of Works today, who squeezed into his schedule to check out the exhibition outside. And of course, we have a full house attendance for the official launch this morning. So to take you for a quick recap, we have created a short video clip for everyone to take a look. Let's see it on the big screen. KLB staff, could you please stand up and face the crowd? A round of applause to the crew, ladies and gentlemen. They have worked tirelessly for KL Beam Day 2023. Okay, one more homework time. We have a poll question that we would like to ask everyone, and this is the one time where we actually would like to request that everyone to take out their mobile phones, as we have a quick survey question that we would like to ask everyone here, our participants who have been here since 11th of March 11th of July 2023. So this is the QR code that we would like you to scan on your form, the feedback form. So has everyone taken up their phone and do a scan yet? Okay. So I believe there are a set of questions that we would like to ask you. Would you be interested to attend KL Beam Day event next year, yes or no? Don't tell me. Put it in your phone. And are you happy with KL Beam Day 2023? Okay, so I'll tell you what, we're going to give you guys a bit of time to fill up all the details. And then once we are ready to the question page, we will start with answering the questions together. You can also join at slido.com with the hashtag given on the screen. Oh, okay, I'm seeing a lot of 5s. That's a good thing. So shall we move on to the next question? Would you be interested to attend KL Beam Day event again? Yes or no? Wow! Thank you so much. If you think this is a good one, it'll be way better next time, trust me. These guys are amazing. Well, that did not take long, so we can move on to the third question. All right, give it a bit of time to go to the third question. Which quarter of would you prefer standalone event or joint event with International Construction Week? Ooh, okay. Oh, the suspense. This is what I feel like watching the stock market in the morning. That's a different kind of poll numbers that's coming up next month. Malaysians would probably know about, or all of you who are here in the country would know about it. So we can pretty much say that they would like to be combined with International Construction Week. I suppose, it makes sense. Standalone, I suppose, has more specific lineup. Okay, I mean, it's been hovering around 67.33, 66.34. I suppose we can move on to the next question, which is question number 4. Which quarter of the year would be most suitable for the event? I actually wouldn't know how to answer this. I have to ask the IDB. Which is the best time to have KL Beam Day 2024? Q3. Wow, okay. Well, I suppose Q3 after 6 months off, looking at your KPI, then you're like, okay, you know what, let's do some serious work coming into Q3. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for answering the poll questions. We hope you've had a great time here at KL BIM Day 2023. On behalf of our host, CIDB Malaysia, and our organizers, CIDB Construct Services and co-organizer Opago Entertainment, thank you again, every single one of you, for being a part of this year's KL BIM Day. Thank you, partners and sponsors, for your generosity, for your support. A round of applause to our sponsors as well, our speakers. Until we meet again, have a great week ahead, ladies and gentlemen. See you again at the next KL BIM Day. Have a good week ahead. Goodbye.